First you took, lift me up, twist my heart, then she ran. I came back and realized, waiting for a call can get you out of my mind. Waiting for a call can get you out of my mind.
Good morning. Hello, hello. Hola, hola. Can you hear me? Yes. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the second day of the DEXTools Festival. I hope you enjoyed last day. I know there was a lot of party, and I appreciate everybody who woke up early today to be here with us. Please take your seats because we're gonna start the Congress. You probably noticed that we are 15 minutes out of schedule. We are not. Unfortunately, the speaker, Isidro, he had an accident and he couldn't be with us, so he's checked up on the hospital. He's all right, but he will be with us. So we're starting just with the second panel on Web3 gaming. And I will invite the speakers right now. Enjoy everything. At 2, we're going to have a lunch as usually downstairs, and for the VIPs in the room behind. And okay, more party after.
Oh, a lot of lights. Hello, everyone. This is my favorite topic in the blockchain industry, in the Web3 development. Web3, game industry. I like it, I love it, and I hope to make it very interesting for you. So, will be our journey to challenges and opportunities in Web3 development. I am a dungeon master today. This is my party of heroes who survived last long winter and now here. I will introduce myself first and give a word to all the guys. So my name is Evgeny. I'm a founder of Layer 1 protocol that not yet shined, but we're doing everything for it. And game, collectible card game, Meme the Gathering, the balls kicker in the industry of collectible card games that we want to make it fair. My experience is almost already 7 years, since 2016, in the blockchain development in different areas. It's given me hell of experience in the areas that now I hate, probably business, marketing, whatever, like to build. And that's it. I will give a word to Sabine.
I have my micro, thank you. Hi, my name is Sabine. I'm the head of business development at FunToken, which is the leading iGaming token in the industry. Around since 2017, like myself, I started my blockchain experience 2016 and on a professional level since 2017. So I've already done 2 crypto winters and still alive. And we have a sports betting platform, a peer-to-peer sports betting platform, the first of its kind, crypto casino, and also FunToken is backed by the biggest crypto faucet in the industry, Free Bitcoin, with 51 million registered users. And I will talk about my experience and the outlook for Web3 gaming, more on the iGaming space. Yeah, that's from my part.
Okay, hello, I'm Ramon. I am the CEO of Taitico. Taitico is a game that started before when the market was happy, and then we just see the stars blowing up with the incidents that we all know from the last months. So, as you said, we survived on this bear market. So for us, it's something incredible. Keeping up, pushing with investment, development, etc. We started on blockchain a lot of years ago, but all our knowledge has been focused on this product. This is a web that is probably being launched between December and January. Actually, it's in beta stage. So I am here representing a super crew of investors and one of the best teams at least here in Barcelona. So happy to be here and to share with you all the thoughts about the Web3 gaming.
So hi everyone, my name is Pachi Barrios. I'm Web3 product at Telefónica, one of the biggest telcos in the world. Prior to Telefónica, I founded in 2017 Champion Games, that was one of the very first gaming Web3 developers. We created a game, a football metaverse that called Metasoccer. That was one of the biggest games in terms of volume and monthly users, with more than 200,000 users. I'm really happy to be here with you guys.
Thank you, guys. Before we continue, I would like to ask quick questions. What are your 2 favorite games?
For sure, they are not blockchain games.
Okay. And
that's why I'm here trying to change the markets, because I think there's some funny elements unfolding in the Web3.
What is Web3 gaming for you?
What is Web3 gaming for me? Well, it's a challenge, but at the end, it's a new technology. So that's for me. That means ownership for players. That means security and a lot of things that I think that will be important, especially for the players. Not that much for the companies, because at the end it's technology. But I think that for players, the things will change, and it's a game changer for sure.
Great. Also, to say about myself, my favorite games is Dungeons & Dragons, as you probably already noticed. And, well, I could say Dota 2 maybe, but no, I don't like it. How about you?
Yeah, I mean, I'm the one who is behind the operations and the business, so I really like the games that are generating revenue and creating more, engagement, but also monetization. So I really like games like Candy Crush, or maybe, we were talking about Stumble guys also. So these kind of games that are creating product, but also creating new monetization on top. I really love these games. And your second question was regarding the Web3 gaming, no?
What is it for you, the Web3
Yeah, for me,
gaming?
I tend to see the Web3 gaming as a new step on the gaming industry. So a new monetization disruption. So and the very first monetization revenue that we had in the gaming was retail. So you go to a shop, you buy a game, and you enjoy the game. Then we had the game as a service, or free to play. That was another concept of how to play the video games, but also, the revenue, where it comes to revenue. And now I think Web3 gaming can give new product, but also new monetization. So I tend to see this new disruption also in terms of new product that we can create with ownership, new ownership, NFTs, and so on, but also a new monetization system.
Good. For me, actually, Web3 gaming, it's in 2 words. It's a freedom and fight against monopoly. Monopoly of the big companies who stop building good games, actually. Already for me, I would say 10 years or something. It's time for indie games to race, because with blockchain technology we can do really good crowdfunding, as it started Kickstarter, for example. I see a big opportunity here. Sabine, what about you? What do you think? If you have favorite games, share it with us. And what is Web3 gaming for you?
Web3 gaming is basically trying to give user the possibility to own in-game assets, such as NFTs, to be able to earn money in these games. Because a lot of gamers, they spend hours a day playing games, and which are fun and it's addictive, but at the end they don't earn anything for it. So unless they are the pro gamers and they have sponsors sponsoring them. And Web3 enables the possibility for them to actually make a business out of it, to be the best, and then to sell, to win the best in-game assets, the best NFTs, and trade them, and give them the ownership. But this also opens up possibilities, but also challenges, because once it's on the web, on the blockchain, we have a big scalability problem, because if you have to do every trade and we've seen it with all these games like X Infinity, Gods Unchained, and so on, where like the transaction fees, a lot of those games were on Ethereum, and the transaction fees were just so high that this was not scalable. So that is a big challenge still. And also, if you compare Web3 games to like the traditional games, they cost hundreds of millions to develop, and they have those big budgets. But Web3 games, none of them have like 400 million to develop a Web3 game. So most of those games are not fun to play. They were just being played like Axie Infinity from Filipinos or like Venezuelans that just try to make an income out of it, and then once the Ponzi scheme collapsed, they all just lost money because it was like only possible to pay out while new players came in.
Yeah, you're actually starting to mention the topic that we're coming to, the problems and challenges. What I want to mention is we're not in the beginning. The hype was 3 years ago, started.
Yeah.
For 1 year or a bit more, it's a long winter. We're all suffering of the situation on the market. I want to ask you about your experience, which challenge to come. For example, you mentioned Axie Infinity. For me, all these kind of games that started 2 years and a half, it's a failure. They're much more development on the blockchain technology started 5-6 years ago. There are Gods on Chain and other games. But after all failed, we need to understand why, what you felt as a developers in the different areas, business development, game development, and fundraising, for example. What are the challenges in these past 3 years? Was for you? You please start.
Yeah. Okay. So for instance, I mean, the main learnings that we extract from Metasoccer, that is still being the second biggest game in terms of football and Web3. I mean, we have Sorare, that is the first one, and then it's Metasoccer. The big learnings were related to the economy. So we launched a token economy, dual token economy, and to be honest, we didn't expect what happened in I mean 1 or 2 years ago. I mean, to find that people from Philippines, people from Argentina, people from Venezuela were basically playing 8 hours per day because they were seeing a job, not a game. So the big learning for us was that we grew a lot. I mean, we had around 200,000 monthly active users in the peak. But the big problem was the growth was based on DeFi people instead of gamers, okay? And that was the main learning. I mean, if your game is full of people that is only thinking in DeFi, in only to extract revenue, but the game is not the core, so you cannot maintain, you cannot sustain a stable economy. And then when we go to the Web 2, we went to the Web 2 to try to attract gamers from football like games like FIFA and so on. So we couldn't, I mean, achieve this kind of milestones of, okay, so we can attract these users, I mean, using influencers, whatever. So we couldn't because the message that we were giving in terms of maybe play to earn, win to earn, were not exactly what Web2 gamers were expecting.
Could you say that there is even a hate, kind of, especially from the Web2, from the classic game industry, hate to this concept play to earn? It's like now become even dirty word.
Yeah.
In our project, we totally went out from the concept play to earn. No, the first always should come the experience of game. Come on, for the last 40 years we were playing games without any earnings. And we are happy. So this is what I saw problems in most of the Web3 games. They don't really care about game experience. That was sad.
Yeah.
And that's brought hate that now even more challenges for all game developers.
Yeah, I think that the biggest challenge is on the marketing communication side. I mean, how you can explain all the benefits that, I mean, Web3 is now creating on the gaming industry to a gamers that what they want is not to earn money. What they want is to engage, and then maybe after we have a 5% of payers that maybe are used to earn money with the game. But the 95% of the gamers are not really interested on earning money I mean, as a first step of the game, no? So we need, there's a challenge of how we can explain the benefits to these 95% of gamers that they really want to engage.
The NFT, I hate this word. Useless word, useless concept. No, 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 no. Even though I hold hands for the technology. How about you? What do you think?
Well, as you said, the first wave of games was, in my opinion, and I include right there Axie Infinity. That's something that people will hate, but I'm sorry, that's my opinion. It's a wave of shit. I mean, if you like games, you can not like... The only game that I see that have a little bit of funny inside was Tetan Arena, in my opinion. It was funny, I just played a little bit, but with a bad tokenomics, so it means that, as you said, if there are no more new players, there are no more revenue, so you're basically losing your money. So at the end, what happened at the beginning is like with every single industry. For example, people started downloading movies at their homes, and actually we have Netflix. This means first community talks and first community express and they get used to do some things, and then the industry must be smart enough to take those habits and transform it with good products. So that's why Taitico is actually going to be released, as I told you, in 2 months, but we haven't deeply taken a look at which kind of layer are we going to use or things like that. Finally, we saw it with Polygon and Immutable X, which is just cool new technology. But for me, the most important thing was, what are we creating? Are we doing a Ponzi? Do we want people to put the money and just get that money and go out? No, because we are just a company that makes games. So for us, the most important thing was, okay, let's focus on the product. Actually, the product is outside. You can play it without blockchain, because for us, the most important thing is that you get fun, as you said. Because if not, that's not a game. That's another kind of game of the first wave, which is just crazy. And also the first wave of games was terrible for the people who is actually developing games, because they set up a precedent when if you put your money in, come on, hurry up and sell everything in 2 months because the game is gonna crash. So we spent 6 months doing in a normal, just taking maths and saying, okay, how can we make for the players to don't lose money, to don't need more new players to pay the first revenues, etc. And that was it. So for me, first wave is just community expressing what they want, even mix it with some Dext, with some DeFi users. But if we can achieve that funny games with that technology, that will explode. I mean, there are some cool new games like Blancos that are just trying to do some cool things. We are also right there. So I think that the new wave will just upgrade the industry to be able to do products without a terrible tokenomics.
Okay, now let's hear Sabine from another side.
As mentioned, so it can only be sustainable if it is the gameplay the first and most important part, because for the gamer, they should have fun playing it, and earning money is on site, and it has to be a sustainable tokenomics, like that it is self-sustainable, that it will not collapse, that basically like tournaments or like in-game, like you have like a kind of a revenue pool, like it is in traditional iGaming. You know, you pay in and the best one that wins, and if you're not the best or you had bad luck, you lose. And then only then it is sustainable on the long run. And the games are changing now after this failure, what happened, and this collapse. The games are now changing. Even the existing ones, they are more and more focusing on fun in gameplay, and they change their tokenomics. And there are some really good projects out there that actually develop good Web3 games, like for example Decimated, which I know the founder. They have real like in other shooter games, and so they will attract those real gamers, and that's what the industry needs. And then, of course, the user experience, the onboarding process has to be as smooth as possible. Like, they have to use the blockchain technology in the background without even knowing that they use it. Because at the moment, it is way too complicated. You need a MetaMask wallet. You need to buy this token, then swap it on one decentralized exchange that has listed this no-name token. It is way too complex.
Yeah.
And that is something that is the real challenge,
It's
getting the non-crypto users on board.
And actually, you came to another topic that I wanted to ask about. It's adaptation, that they don't feel that they use blockchain because they don't care about it. Okay, now only few big companies starting to speak or be enough brave to say something that, hey, let's to use blockchain technology, but like Epic Games, for example, that most known as a Fortnite developer, and now it's a platform, the concurrent of the Steam. For me, the big pain in the ass, for all of us, it's a Steam itself with the Gaben that is totally monopolized the whole industry. So now we have 2-3 platforms that for all the players, it's nonsense. If you think about how it was 20 years ago. And the blockchain, I'm surprised that at least I didn't see platforms that was really offering to use blockchain technology for example, buying and selling the copies of the games, right? For people to be able to own them as they did it 20 years ago. You buy your CD, you play it, you give it to a friend, and he's playing it, or you sell it for a little less money. And with blockchain technology, even big companies could fix the problem of black market, even though it's not black market, by reselling it and getting fees. But no one is doing it. Or something I heard, rumors about 70%, which is nonsense, the tax fee. And what do you think about this? Is it opportunity for indie games? What the light you see there? Maybe you are working on something like this. What do you think, Sabine?
Yes, there is opportunity, as you mentioned.
Actually, maybe there's something the similar problem in the iGaming industry.
Yes, as mentioned, the biggest problem is still the onboarding of non-Web3 users into Web3 and the scalability.
Well, for us, it has been solved using Immutable X because it's just crazy for us. So we have been talking with Pachi just 5 minutes ago that if you started a game just 3 or 4 years ago, it was just a pain because you need to do a lot of layers, things like that, throw your users to create a wallet, things like that. But actually, it's, for me, technology is advancing. There are new things coming. So the biggest problem still for me is the legal part of all of it, because it's so hard to explain to governments or things like that, and that's something that we are not talking too much about. But for us, the most difficult thing is not doing a good game, is not onboarding users, is not controlling the technology. For us, the most difficult part is legal things. So it's so hard to throw out tokens and things like that. Europe is just changing with MiCA laws and things like that, and new MiCA is coming again. So for me, actually, the technology is enough for doing good things. But the bad things, actually, for me, on the industry, it's that the laws are not protecting or helping companies. Instead of that, are encouraging them to go out and find some jurisdiction when you can throw your token, you can do, and that's something I really dislike, because I love doing gaming, not just spending my time with tons of lawyers.
And quick question, you can say quickly as well. What do you think? Who will change the whole entire game of industry? The guys who are now controlling it, like Steam, Epic Games, or some new player will arise? Maybe even I could think about GOG, because it's much more user-friendly for players. They're not that greedy. or it still will be in control of the Gaben
I think it's,
and the
it's
greedy
still the
dragons?
time for the indies, I think. But as always, or always happens in industries, indies will lead this opening. But at the end, big players like Epic Games, etc., will just buy where they want as the
Microsoft will buy you. Probably. Like
Well,
they
we
did.
will, I hate personally. I hate Microsoft, so
Same.
I think I prefer to get my game into the trash bin.
Yeah.
What do you think
Yeah, I
about
think
opportunities for indie games?
Sure. Yeah.
How to fight it?
I think that we are already seeing this situation. 20 years ago, 15 years ago, Singa or King were startups creating new games with a new monetization model. And I don't know, Midway or Nintendo were not focused on this kind of games. And I think that we have the same situation now with another technology that is Web3, no? So I think this is a really good opportunity for new gaming companies because from a management perspective, if I were, I don't know, the CEO of Activision, so I think that is a bad step, to go to Web3, being the CEO of Activision, because it's risky, because you need new technology, new compliance, new legal risk, so it's a really risky for a big company that is in the stock market to go all in with Web3. So I don't expect big companies like King or Activision go, well, King and Activision is the same company right now, but Activision and I don't know, Nintendo go all into the Web3. I expect like in 3 years, when we have the traction, they will invest or they will buy the new companies, or maybe these new companies will be really, really big.
Thank you. I want to ask now each of you, what is your passion? What do you really want to success in this industry? What do you want to make? Let's have like 1 minute, quick about your dream.
For me, I will be super happy if I just do a game that it's not getting killed in 1 year by itself. So it seems something obvious, but it is not, because we've seen a lot of games just crashing down. So for us, the most important thing is having the people to get fun, but giving them the opportunity to spend as more time they want playing, and knowing that everything will stay right there when they want to come again. That's something that will make Web3 layer in gaming industry something standard. So for me, the challenge actually is making something that can long for 4 or 5 years. That will be one of my biggest interests actually in the industry.
Sabine, what about you?
My dream, like I would also want that, like, yes, there are the legal challenges, really big, but to have the big games introducing NFT and Web3 into their gameplay, like the traditional games. Like I used to love SimCity when I was a child. I played it all the time, and now even, or Sims. So like playing those games, but then actually like being able to introducing a Web3.
Sims, decentralized Sims is a very cool idea.
Yeah.
It's actually kind of a metaverse. It's a potential metaverse.
Yeah.
Let's see if it will come.
Yeah, exactly. So having those games in Web3 would be really cool. And also the community itself, like that the people are able to engage with each other. Like they like Sims in the metaverse. Like it is kind of, but it is not yet that advanced, and we're still years ahead of it. But having the avatars then interact with each other and really like, communicate.
That's will come, and maybe we'll regret it. How about you?
Yeah, so on my point of view, I think that the game that survives is not the game that has the best product. It's the game that has the best product, the best game, but also the best monetization engine. So I really think that the Web3 will, improve the gaming industry in terms of the product, in terms of the gamification, but also the monetization, creating new paradigm of games.
And what's your dream to do in this industry? What do you want, really?
We have now, thanks to the free-to-play, we have now 4 billion gamers. So half of the population, I think, yeah, if I'm not wrong, are playing games. So I really think that is the first entry to the Web3. I mean, we are talking about 4 billion. If we can go all in with Web3 in the gaming, so we can adopt, I mean, a lot of people, millions of people to the Web3 technology.
You want to get them all under control and rule them all.
No, yeah.
Kidding, kidding.
The trilemma will be there.
Well, what I can say that industry of web game development really need, I just didn't maybe find it yet or saw it, some platform based on the crowdfunding platform. Not like there are many now, but more successful like Kickstarter. Kickstarter is very friendly and nice platform and brought us a lot of new projects that I have only a warm feeling when I'm thinking about Kickstarter platform. When I'm thinking about crypto fundraising, usually it's a scam or something else. I hope not, and this will help a lot in the games, in the industry. This is why actually blockchain is perfect for crowdfunding in this case. And I hope there will be, maybe we'll build together after all, some concurrent who will go against Steam and will bring ownership and freedom to use your games as you want, collect them and whatever, as it was before, many, many years ago when it's all started and brought us all here. Thank you very much. Upload to guys. Thank you for your experience. It was a pleasure and honor to meet you and moderate this stage.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for coming to my talk. I'm very happy to be here with all of you today, here in Barcelona in this wonderful festival. Ooh, hold on. Whoa, whoa. Could you go back? This is going crazy. It's revealing all my secrets. This is the whole presentation. All right, thank you. Bye. It's going... That was quick. I thought it was going to be a fast presentation, but here we go. All right. Oh, could they stop it? All right. Well, I can just talk over it, I guess. Thanks for coming. I'm going to talk about digital humans, and basically, all right. This is kind of weird. I work. My name is Sergi Sagas. I work for Hyperreal. And what we do is we create digital humans. We create digital humans for all kinds of situations. We create digital humans for celebrities. You're going to see a lot of celebrities. But we also create digital humans for all kinds of people, for brands, for high net worth individuals that want to preserve their legacy in companies like Anima Worlds that you'll see a little bit. Casa talk a little bit about this. Oh, here we go. All right, and it's not moving. That's wonderful. So Hyperreal, as I was saying, we create the digital humans, very photorealistic, but not just photorealistic. What we like to do is create expressive and high-quality digital humans. So most of them are photorealistic, but we have also worked on some other non-photorealistic, but they do preserve the expressivity. And what we do, more important than creating these digital humans, what we do is we preserve their identity. And we have different tools, some of them based on blockchain, that allow us to empower the people to preserve their identity across many different platforms. pretty much all the platforms. And the way that you do this, you'll see. What you're seeing here is the digital double of Madison Beer. Madison Beer is 20-something year old singer. She has millions of followers, and we created her what we call her Gemini avatar. So she has this, and then her avatar can go out and work. And as a matter of fact, she's been working around the world, and that's basically her extension. It's a human that can enhance her and give her possibilities and things that you cannot do in the real world. So anyway, our team is a team that has worked on. We come from the visual effects world. We have worked on many high-end projects. I was a supervisor at Spider-Man 2 and some Matrix. Some of the other co-founders was in Lord of the Rings. He was in charge of the Gollum character. We worked on Call of Duty, different games. So half of us, I guess, come from the visual effects world, and we were lucky enough to be part of teams that have won several Academy Awards and BAFTAs and all kinds of stuff like that. We are very excited about what's coming. This is the past. We are an international company. I haven't said that in the beginning. Most of our team, or some of our team is, most of it actually, is in the US. We also have a team here in Europe. We have investors in Korea and other places, and we work worldwide. So anyway, so part of it is visual effects, and then we have another part that are lawyers and people that have a lot of experience in rights, image rights, the whole thing of preserving identity across multiple platforms. This is another of our hypermodels. Her name is Alta B, and she's a person that doesn't exist in the real world. As you saw before, we had a Gemini avatar, which was basically the Madison Beer, as she is right now. This is Alta B, which was the creation of Simon Fuller, the person that was behind the American Idol and the Spice Girls, and he wanted to create a timeless pop star, right? So that's Alta B. So she doesn't exist, but she still performs and does a lot of different things, and that's what we call the synths. We also have a different line of digital humans that are like fountains, for instance, where we take people and we make them younger. Most people, for some reason, don't want to get older. They want to get younger. So that's what we do with the fountain. And then we also have the Phoenix, which is basically bringing people that are deceased and then recover their obviously, everything that we do with all the full rights of the people that have the rights, either themselves or their states. So the vision behind our company is most humans desire and need, and even more now, digital identities across different platforms, so we can engage seamlessly across different platforms. And this is what we offer. There's a problem, though, with that has come recently. As you know, generative AI is great. There's a lot of great things happening in the generative AI world, but there's a huge problem currently, which is the rights. People that are using these deep fakes out there, they don't own the rights of the images they are using. And even the actors themselves, in this case Tom Cruise, if he wanted to do a deep fake owned by him, using training this asset on his movies, he cannot do that because he doesn't have the rights of his own movies. They paid Universal or whatever, Paramount, paid him a lot of money to star in these movies, so he doesn't have the rights. So this is a huge issue, and there's some companies out there that are taking advantage of this generative AI. They create these digital humans, like in the case of Tom Cruise, and then there's all kinds of problems coming there afterwards because they don't have the rights. Nobody have the rights, and until now it's been kind of cute and cool, and they get views on YouTube, but it's starting to be in lawsuits, and there's all kinds of things. So we don't want to have anything to do with this. Everything that we do to solve this. Everything that we do, could we go to the next one? Here we go. This is our solution. And by the way, this is another of our clients, Paul McCartney. We have created his younger self, and we have started him on several videos and venues. And what we offer is basically digital identity that for owners that have full control of their digital human. They have they can authenticate not just the digital human, but basically everything, all the components, like his motion, his likeness, his voice, everything is traced and authenticated with a layer of blockchain. And then this happens across multiple environments. So they can work on a phone, or they can work on the Sphere in Las Vegas. And the way we do this is we have created this core technology called Hyperbolt. And basically, this has three components. One is we create what we call the digital DNA, which has many different components, as I said. There's a front end where people can go and create and customize the digital human that they want to work with. Obviously, with all the governance of the digital human is 100% owned and always will be owned by the people that has the IP. So either if they're alive, they're agents, or yourself, and if they're not, they're state. So we create this, and then we have all these tools that we can allow different platforms to certify the authenticity of each of the components. So as you see, for instance, this is an example. Everything is with AI. Everybody talks about AI, but the real important part of AI is the data. And who controls the data controls the rights and where things go. And this is, for instance, in terms since we have this very high quality model of the person in extremely high resolution, we can create videos that are very weird, like this one. That basically what you do is you create all the training, the optimal training set for a neural net to be trained. And that's each component that is in here. And we can change the lighting, we can change pretty much anything to get the perfect data set. And once we have that, and again, each component is on chain and it's tracked, then we can generate pretty much anything we want, but preserving the IP. This is an example. This is Alta B again. Here you see her digital likeness, and this is a video we created with a real band called now United, I think, or United. And she's obviously digital, and she's a timeless pop star. So, and obviously, in this case, Simon Fuller controls exactly everything that is. She's been in many different venues, like you'll see next. So this is the video. Oh, that's going slow now. Okay. Here we go. So this is her. We did some interactive experiences for her fans. She has a backstory. She comes from space, and she's like basically an alien that arrives here and sings and expresses her emotions through singing and stuff. And we did real-time Zoom with her fans a while back, so she could get back and come back and then create a community around her. What else? Here you'll see a few videos. This is Fan Bingbing, an actress in China that we have done 2 or 3 movies already with her. And she chose this look, kind of a video gamey kind of look, but she has full control of her likeness. This is Paul again, Paul McCartney, a video that we produced with Beck last year. Again, this is Alta B. We're working on a lot of things this year that fortunately I cannot show you, but this is pretty much the work that we did last year. This is a Notorious B.I.G. We brought him back. He was killed many years ago, 97, and we're working with his state to create basically for his legacy, for people to know him, other generations, like Paul McCartney, for instance, that many people in generation have rediscovered him for the first time. And this is the concert we produced for Meta and for TikTok for Madison Beer. And all these models, this is another example. This is, again, Notorious B.I.G., the asset. It's on the Bolt. It's locked there. And then on that side here, you see all the activations we have done. We have done a commercial. We have done Metaverse. Brooke is a Metaverse from the 90s that he's back there. We have created interactive experiences with hologram-like installations. We have created a video that he drives back that it has won several awards, and you'll see up there. He works to his concert. We created a concert at Meta that was very successful. And this is just an example of an asset on a bolt and then many applications across many different platforms. And again, these are multi-platform. So we've been talking to use, and we've been working with the ABBA team. They have a show in Las Vegas, in London, and we're working with them to improve it, to make it more interactive, change it. We also with the Sphere in Las Vegas to create content for concerts for people that are both alive and they're deceased. So, and you can mix them both. You can have a singer that is alive and singing there live, and then you can have a duet with Elvis or whoever you want, right? And so we can go from this kind of large stage performances to mobile applications. And I think to end, I'll show you a short video of an application we did for TikTok. Was it last year, I think, that had many millions of likes. And it's the concert, a 10-minute concert we did with Madison Beer. You could choose the background and different things. So each component is separate. So we created many different. Well, anyway, so that's. For some reason, it's cut. So yeah, thank you very much for your attention. You can reach me. The best place to reach me is LinkedIn, and please check out our website at hyperreal.io. And very happy to be here. I'll be happy to answer any questions you have. Thank you.
Hello everyone, and be welcome to our panel about Metaverse. We are going to start this session with Metaverse with three professionals with whom we will discuss different points related to this term. So I would like each of the speakers introduce themselves briefly and personally. Please, can you talk us about yourself, Derek?
Hello everyone, I'm really happy to be in Spain. I lived in Catalonia for a long time, and I love it here. And this venue is great. I'm originally from Dutch Caribbean. I'm the owner of Yala Limited. I'm the co-founder of Ascended from US. And I'm also a co-founder of and CEO of STP, Silicon Tech Park in Thailand, Silicon Tech Park Estate. And yeah, I had my first Metaverse in 2001, and that was a while back. And yeah, I continue being a public speaker worldwide and trying to bring consciousness and digitalization to mainly property development and new destinations and parallel twinning. So that's me, and I always say, Yalla, let's go.
Perfect. Thank you, Derek. Tadej, please.
Hello, my name is Tadej Slapnik. I'm coming from Slovenia. I'm a founder and CEO of World Metaverse Council. We are actually one of the biggest global network trying to connect professionals, companies, but also governments and cities in their journey to Metaverse. Besides that, I work with the European Commission. I'm a I'm a technical expert of Blockchain Observatory and Forum. It's the widest network of experts working on the field of blockchain technologies. And I'm also a CEO of Hashnet company. We are blockchain infrastructure providers, and we are trying to deliver blockchain as a service. Happy to be with you.
Thank you, Tadej. To finish, Kirse, please.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. I am Kirse Salomon. I am a serial entrepreneur. My actual venture, where I'm focused, is Anima. Anima is a project about digital legacy and luxury, digital luxury. We build private wall and private immersive experiences for ultra-high net individuals based on the idea of their legacy. In the vision of Anima, in short term, is this digital legacy. In mid-term, we are working on the durability of this data, how we preserve this data centuries or millenniums, this legacy. And in long term, Anima also is working for the digital eternity. We think that in 2 decades, maybe 3, the humanity will face the digital eternity. And we want that Anima is a place, is the path to this digital eternity also.
Thank you. After all this hype about Meta last year, I have the first question for you. What is the current state of Metaverse? Feel free to answer me.
Okay. Can you repeat the question?
What is the current situation of the Metaverse?
The current situation. The Metaverse has been here for over 25, 30, 40 years. The current situation didn't change that much. They got a little bit hyped because of the digitalization of, for example, cryptocurrencies and blockchain technologies, and there's been more attention for technology. But in 2001, when I was working with one of the metaverses, which is already now many years ago, 22 years ago, I mean, it looks rather similar than now. It looks a bit better, but it's not that much difference. There are not many use cases of, for example, metaverse and of blockchain. People want to put metaverse and people want to put blockchain everywhere, but there's only really few real use cases. And I think that is what we have to realize, that let's use it, and I think it's really useful, but on specific cases, and let's not overuse it and promote it in a way that it's many things, for example, are available without blockchain or without metaverse, for example, right? But I see a lot of potential, and luckily people are more open for metaverse now, and people accept it more, and of course social media really influence that people want to be in a metaverse. I love all my own avatars, and I think it's really cool. And it's the molt bé, it's the puta mara, as they say here in Catalonia. And it's really cool, but I would really like to see a little bit more use cases. And I see a huge use case for metaverse in parallel twinning, because my background is in real estate development, also in Spain, and not only in Dubai and other countries. But I really see parallel twinning and parallel digitalization of assets and using metaverse as a really good use case.
Another opinion there?
Yeah. Yes, regarding to the current, let's say, the current activities, at least that we are engaging with our experts at World Metaverse Council, we are trying to solve this challenge that we still face, that we have many of them, we have many platforms, and that they are not interoperable to the stage that we as participants with our avatars would be able to move from one to another directly. So what we do is we collaborate with more than 50 companies that together they are building up the framework that it will be necessary to deploy in order that we will have that solution. Besides that, we have AI coming into Metaverse, so We have fantastic opportunities to power the avatars with the AI, of course. And if I go back to European Union, I have to point it out that in July this year, European Commission adopted a really progressive strategy. They call it a strategy on digital worlds and Web 4.0. So they call digital worlds Metaverse, actually. And with this, I believe that we as European Union are joining the most progressive countries, mentioned Dubai, of course, and some others, on really serious adoption of Metaverse solutions, particularly in industry and cities.
Okay, thank you, Kirsi.
Well, my vision is that we are now the metaverse is here from 2 decades. We experience it all. We live in the metaverse 2 hours a day, on average here. Okay, the metaverse has been built by the humanity during these 2 decades. To me, the metaverse is the last destination, the ultimate destination of the digital transformation, where all the technologies will converge. And what happened is that 2 years ago, 1.5 years ago, we started to enter in the exponential growth, clearly, and we are there. And we will see now with Vision Pro launch another hype, and also as my vision of Metaverse is the convergence of all the technologies, building this new reality. The emergence of AI is also very important for the metaverse, okay? Then I think things that we thought that maybe is in 1 decade is in 1 year happening. The acceleration is very, very rapidly happening.
Okay, the name of the panel is Open Metaverse. So my next question is about what is a decentralized metaverse and what technologies converge in it?
You want me to start? I don't believe in decentralization because nothing is decentralized. I wish it was true because then if we live in a decentralized world, the world will be a much better place. But there are always certain parties that you don't make it completely decentralized. I agree with the remark that you could say, let's make it as decentralized as possible, which I think is a really good thing. And then, yes, I would vote for an open metaverse, but in reality, it will be not completely open. Yeah, so, and that everybody, I think the interoperability is really important. Because you see it also with blockchain or with metaverse.
The same.
It's really difficult to choose which blockchain you want to choose and where because of speed, because of all different utilities. It's the same with the metaverse. One metaverse is maybe better for smart cities or for industry, or maybe for factories or for logistics, or it doesn't matter, right? So it does matter which metaverse to choose for the right product, but it should be used for everything. Because a good example is the internet was adapted by everybody with one web, right? And now we're saying Web 3, and then we're saying Web 4, but there is no one web because there are many, many elements. I mean, it's not like, for example, that you have the different browsers, right? And that they came to one browser or maybe 2 we have now, let's say, which most people use. So it's a much more complicated situation than we were talking about Web 1 and Web 2, or Web 3 and even Web 4, right? And also, for example, yesterday in the opening speech of Jimmy Nugent, he explained really well the steps from Web 1 to Web 2 to Web 3, but what it's all about is that you have to use your supernatural power combined with, for example, the future of AI and Metaverse to really accelerate, as you said, into something which can become much quicker. And I believe really that there is a lot of utility, as you mentioned, especially for the EU, for factories, smart cities, surveillance, and I have other friends here also in the crowd, for example, for regulation of traffic, or for roads, or for tunnels, or for or IoT or cybersecurity within the house, because you need cybersecurity and you need different layers in each metaverse. Imagine what a problem that is. The guy before us also talked about the difficulties of legislation within the metaverse. I mean, you even have cases that people got abused already in the metaverse. So, I mean, it's really difficult, but it's a really cool world. And I think absolutely it's going so fast. We'll be surprised how, when I remember when I saw the Star Wars that somebody spoke on a mobile and now everybody has it. It's going to be happening the same with the metaverse. It's just really cool, I think.
I agree with you, not completely, because I think things like open source, open blockchain, or open code can help to that decentralization. Not full, for now,
I agree.
but maybe it can help.
No, I hope so. I pray for it, even completely decentralized. I wish.
Exactly. Tadej?
Well, I'm a 100% believer in open metaverse.
Yes.
Of course, it's hard to get there, but I think
hope so.
we should believe, we should work on it. And of course, I would like to point out that the collaboration is a key.
Yes.
A key issue here, because we, of course, like it was years ago with blockchain, we have many fantastic solutions, but on the market they were competing to each other, so they were developing so-called silences. They didn't think about the end-user experience that actually, when you are using blockchain, of course, you need the solution that it will be, as mentioned, interoperable, and with the open metaverse and also decentralization connected to it, we are actually doing so. First, I believe that we will face the solutions that with our avatars we will be able to move directly, like some portals, from one to another. So we will be using web like we are using it actually now. It will be just a little bit different, not two-dimensional, but three-dimensional web. But then the Web 3, Web 4 solution will, of course, follow. So if we are thinking about the monetization, if we are thinking about the economy in the metaverse, definitely we need the blockchain solution behind. And I believe we should make a structure of open, decentralized metaverse on the case that it will give opportunity to small, medium, and also big companies, to entrepreneurs, to creators, and actually this is the final goal of World Metaverse Council, actually, that we have now already in 80 countries our founding members. So we are bringing all the globe together, brilliant minds to realize the dream of open metaverse. Yeah.
Kirsi?
Well, I think that the open metaverse, we are talking about interoperability, and okay, yeah, it's a part of the open metaverse. But although will be a lot of temptations that we see now of own this metaverse and have a proprietary infrastructure, okay, and that is happening, the real business is in the open metaverse. And I think will be, as has happened in internet, the business is, because internet is interoperable and is open, the business is there. If the internet was a small proprietary systems, the business had not happened, okay? Then I think that there will be the same people, the same companies and business interested on the metaverse that will push for the open metaverse. Because finally, they will find there the real business, the interoperability, and to have an open system, a common layer with the standards is necessary to grow the economy. If that doesn't happen, metaverse will die, and it's not dying, it's growing.
What do you think about the intention of that standard forum companies created, like Metaverse Standard Forum or OMO3? What is the real intention of that groups with big companies going inside?
Yeah, well, I am supporter of OpenUSD as a good standard for the VR exchange. The metaverse, as I told before, is not only VR. We need OpenAI, we need a public blockchain, decentralized blockchain for the metaverse. We need several open technologies and open source, of course. I think that these efforts, generally, as far as I know, the major ones are with good faith to do things. Because as I told you, for example, OpenUSD behind is Apple, NVIDIA, etc., Google, I think. Huge companies pushing for this standard. Why? Because they know perfectly that if they have a standard, they have business there. If with no standard, the business will die. Okay? Then I think the big companies, the big guys will push for these standards. Honestly, for the business.
Yeah. Starting with you now, do you think is blockchain necessary or is an option in the metaverse? Because we have few technology guys about different companies saying blockchain is not necessary.
With no blockchain, there is no metaverse. I don't know today another technology that could be the backbone as is blockchain for the metaverse. With the blockchain, you get the economy and the ownership of the digital assets and identity. The first question that we need, and you've seen before Sergi talking about these things, is identity for the digital assets. And on top of that, you need to build the economy and all that. The only technology today that you can use to get that is blockchain. There is not another technology. And for that, blockchain becomes the backbone of the metaverses. Yeah.
Perfect. Tadesh, what do you think about it?
Well, I agree. Definitely, we could have metaverse without blockchain, but it would make no sense, actually, no real use cases, just, okay, to visit virtual worlds. But I strongly believe that with the blockchain, with solutions enabling us to identify ourselves, to do commercialization inside of it, we are getting the real, let's say, digital twin of the economy in the metaverse, and this is actually necessary. So I 100% believe that these two solutions will go hand in hand.
Eric?
Yeah, of course, Metaverse can exist without blockchain, but I agree with the gentlemen. Blockchain is really good to have it because of time stamping, because of identity, because of security, because of everything. So I just wanted to make another remark from the question before. It's very simple. With the internet, you had intranet, and then you had internet, and everybody was focused on intranet. It's the same you could compare with the Metaverse, right? So that's where we are now. Some people are pushing still the intranet, right? And let's hope we're coming to the internet of the metaverse, let's say, when we can call it Web 20 or when Web 3, Web 4, these are all just terms. Same as blockchain technology has been existing for a very long time. It's just a way of thinking or a way of time stamping or a way of doing certain things. So yes, I agree, it can exist without blockchain, but blockchain is the perfect technology for metaverse.
And where do you think the people will be? In an open or in a closed metaverse?
I'm hoping and I'm advocating for an open, but there are, as we say, like big companies around, and there's a lot of ego around in this world, and there's a lot of people who want to have the power. And up till today, there has never been a civilization or anything that it is, let's say, fair. And so you can also say the contrary, right? But there is absolutely for the metaverse, because people think about the metaverse. You can also have several metaverses for different things, right? As we spoke about before, for a smart city, you can have a metaverse for one city, or for a country, right? Or for a factory, for example. Because if you have machines with metaverse and they need to fix the machine, it's much more easier to fix it in a metaverse or even for property technology, right? Or for example, I'm doing my own project, which I'm digitalizing temples. And what is the use of the digitalization of temples, the Temple Hunter, is that you can bring children back to the temples, which didn't want to go to the temples. When it's gamified and in the metaverse, it's super cool for the kids to go back to the temple. And another way is because of the metaverse and because of digitalization and parallel twinning, you can educate yourself, right? Because I've been to so many temples in, for example, Thailand or in other countries or churches or mosques, and then I have no one to explain to me. Then we use AR, VR, and metaverse for educating myself, right? And learning about the objects which are there, which are parallel twinned, which are in the metaverse, which are with AR, with VR. So there are so many use cases again, and it's just really cool. And the metaverse is useful, right? And I think there's also too much discussion about, okay, we have to use this, we have to use that. It's very important, but it's all about adaptability. Adaptability is key. If everybody wants to use the metaverse will come with blockchain, without blockchain, with decentralization, with or without open, right? It will come. So we have to push the adaptability. That's what I like, for example, of the EU. They were pushing, for example, a lot of innovation before. Mm-hmm. And you could even get really good grants from EU for innovation. So they're helping you even to with an old project also applied for the innovation grant, right? So it's the same for the metaverse. Now they're doing something really cool for the metaverse, right? And there are really cool projects like yourself with the ultra network individuals and the metaverse. So it's all about adaptability and the humans wanting to be using the metaverse. And that's why avatars, again, really helps, because avatars lift your ego, because it's really cool to see your own picture and think, oh, wow, that's cool, that's me, right? And then you changing in adaptability, because you want to see your avatar do stuff, right? This is really what it's about. People have to use it. People have to be excited about it. I mean, I am.
Yeah, I will just continue, because it was the reason that colleagues from Dext 4 Festival, when we agreed that we will come to the conference not just as a panelist, but also to showcase. Yeah. So I will bring your attention to the workshop that we will have today at 3 o'clock, where we have 8 VR headsets with us. So I don't know how many of you already tasted the metaverse in VR glasses. How many of you? No. 30%. All others, you are invited. We have a stand there. We have VR headsets, and it's really cool, actually, to be inside, not just you, but 8 people in the same time. It could be hundreds. So, yeah, what we are trying to do is to push the adoption. And this is also a suggestion that I would have for you. Try it. You will understand it much better, and I agree. First, education will be profiting the most. It's unbelievable how strong and how fast we are able to learn in the three-dimensional digital space, and everything else, as we discussed, of course, in the industry, in the smart cities, and all the different areas. But we are at least starting with education. We have a founding member from Serbia that they are developing the first metaverse for the faculty in Israel. They will be actually opening the faculty completely in the metaverse, giving the lectures, everything. So I would encourage you to try it and then become early adopter.
Perfect. Kirse?
Well, the question was open and, or private, no? And let's say that Anima, the business that I am running now, we say private walls. But okay, private walls for rich people, okay, as they build their super yachts or their mansions, or they have private yachts or private houses. Is you can have a private wall in an open structure, infrastructure, okay? It's not necessary. I think that the two things are not exactly the same. You can build a private metaverse for your own use, but you can use open technology to build that. Okay? I believe that the open technology is necessary because you can exchange the assets, you can have a digital economy, okay? But but you can use this technology to build your private solutions.
Okay, we have a few minutes, but for this question, I need all of you. How many of you know Fortnite, Minecraft, or Roblox? Please, hands up. Okay, okay. And now is the question. I saw the last year all the digital news saying Fortnite, Minecraft, Roblox are metaverse. Also, projects in blockchain saying the Central is a metaverse, the Sandbox is a metaverse, different video games in blockchain are metaverse. What do you think? Are Fortnite, Minecraft, or Roblox metaverse?
Me first?
If you want.
I mean, you can define metaverse how you want. It depends on the definition of metaverse. Exactly, he said the same. I mean, I could say yes, I could say no. It depends on how you define the word metaverse. But I would say yes, because that's where it all started. I mean, I started with an HR platform in the metaverse in 2001. Yes, it was a metaverse, because you had your avatar. Yeah, it was really slow, but it still looked really cool. And you went inside to do your interview as yourself. It was like the first interview before you went into the real interview, right? But yes, it is a metaverse, absolutely. And is it the metaverse where we want to go? No, of course not. Is it real, what they did amazing? Yes, I think so, for their time, absolutely. And yeah, can it be done better? Yes, of course.
Perfect. Liz?
Answer is yes, but it's on the evolution path.
Yeah.
Really start of it, I believe.
Yeah.
We all who are looking, get ready, player one.
Yeah.
We envision metaverse that somewhere in the near future could appear. So yeah, it is, but of course I hope that it will progress and we will enjoy it much more.
Yes, my vision of metaverse, sure, that is metaverse, because I believe that all the apps that we have on our phone are metaverse, because for me the metaverse is a new digital reality that humanity is building, and all our digital experience is building this metaverse. Another question is the quality of all these experiences, the evolution, the moment of this evolution, and if it can be good or not. I think that Fortnite, for example, has been very useful to highlight that the metaverse is existing, because the kids, our kids, my kids, they have friends there, and are real, the friends that they have in the Fortnite, yes, are real, are in a new reality, digital reality. Then I think that has helped a lot on changing mentality about this new digital reality.
Okay. Thank you, Kirse. Thank you, Tadej, and thank you, Derek, for being here. And thank you all for being here. I hope you like this panel about Metaverse. We are out of time, so thank you.
Thank you.
Go, let's go.
Go.
Hi everyone, let's kick off the last session of the morning and talk about AI. So my name is Marina, known as Crypto Marina. I'm a founder of Crypto Marina Marketing Agency. I'm in this space since 2017 and happy to moderate this panel today. Let's start from a brief introduction, everyone. Really.
Hi. Hello. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yeah. So my name is Will. Hello, everybody. I'm in my born city, so I'm very happy about that. I consider myself a poet, and I use technology as a tool. I am an engineer, software engineer, telecom engineer, and then I did a Master of Science in AI, and I dedicated myself to creative work pretty much all my life. I am really excited about what AI brings, what blockchain brings, and the mixture of both. I really think sort of AI is the mind, and blockchain is kind of the heart. And right now, I actually call myself a storyteller. I educate people on blockchain, on Web3, and how technology can actually make your life easier, freer, better.
And you're also a fantastic DJ. Thanks for the session last night. What about you guys?
Cool. So my name, let's stick to Guru. I'm a serial entrepreneur. I started my journey in fintech when I was 16. I founded my company, which was the first one in the world to automate the trades in stock market using SMS. After 5 years, I had a successful exit from this company, which later went public. Later, I worked for Morgan Stanley as an institutional trader, and then I made BCube, which is index actively trading in top 5 cryptos, which works completely non-custodial. Anyone can integrate their existing Binance account with our platform to trade.
Awesome. My name, let's stick with Stuart. So I'm Stuart Rogers. So I'm many different things, as you all are. Some people know me as a journalist for VentureBeat, Grit Daily. I'm editor-at-large at Data Economy, editor-at-large at Arctic Startup. But I'm also co-founder with my amazing life partner, Ksenia, of Confusion and Joy, which is an impact creator house. I've been writing about AI, blockchain, Web3, etc. since Satoshi, who is probably female, by the way, first put keystrokes on a PDF. In fact, I used to be a video game developer. I developed my first AI video game when I was 12 years old. Yes, I know you're looking at me and thinking, we had AI back then? Yes, we did. We did. We absolutely did. I'm taking this from two different points of view. One, as someone who is deep in the AI Web3 world and understands it from a journalistic standpoint, but someone who's also a creator. And we're now creating experiences and activations, and with the confluence of all of these technologies and physical locations as well.
That's a truly impressive backgrounds, guys. So let's kick off with the first question. I will address it to everyone, and feel free to answer who wants it first. How do you envision AI shaping the user experience in decentralized and the blockchain-based ecosystems, and what opportunities and challenges it brings to developers and businesses?
Go for it.
All right, let me go first. I think more than the challenges, there is a lot of opportunity in this space. Because now ChatGPT, for example, if I want to make it very simple, most of them are still using it for very naive things or asking very simple questions to that. And there is something called as prompt engineering now, which is coming up very big. You don't need to be an engineer, but you need to train the models. And to train the models, you need to have huge amount of data, because data is everything in AI. AI itself will not be able to do anything, and the input has to be given by the humans. So I think the right talents who can train the AI models, that will be the huge opportunity. Everybody have fears that AI is going to rob their jobs, and AI will take over, it will do this, it will do that. But I see it differently. I think AI will simplify the human life. Developers, they need to struggle a lot. For example, if you want to audit a smart contract, even after auditing it so nicely, still there are hacks which is happening on DeFi protocols. So if AI is trained in such a way that it can see the vulnerabilities, what human eye cannot see, I think that's where the alpha is when we use AI for this. And if user experience specific question, we make several interviews to know what is the user experience that we need to have and how the whole structure should come up like. And if we try to train the models in that way, then AI can do that better.
I mean, digging a little deeper on that, I think the biggest issue that we have is not the AI, it's not the tools. I mean, AI is just a tool. And in terms of the question, will AI take my job, it's always the wrong question. The question you should ask yourself is, do I work for a nice human or not? Who's signing the check for the AI? Because if they sign the check for the AI to replace you, that's not a good human. If they sign the check to augment your job, then they're okay. Like, that's exactly the same as what happened in the Industrial Revolution. You know, AI is just a much more superpowered version of, you know, steam-driven machines. Where we have a big issue is with diversity, equity, inclusion, with the ability to create user interfaces that work for everyone. And the reason we have a big problem is because AI, by and large, is trained on data from people who have dispensable cash to spend money on things like 23andMe and MyHeritage and, you know, et cetera, et cetera. So we have a huge amount of white middle-class data. We have a huge amount of fully able-bodied data. When it comes to user interfaces, human UX UI designers understand and allow for people that might have sight issues, hearing problems, may not have all their digits, or maybe you know, differently abled in some way. AI needs the data in order for it to be trained to be able to give us user interfaces that work for everyone. So we'll have to do a better job at going for broader pools of data. And one of the reasons we don't do that is because of capitalism. You know, if we spend $299 finding out what our you know, heritage is, and if we've got, you know, a distant cousin, you know, sitting in the middle of Central Africa, you know, that's still white middle-class data from usually fairly normally abled people. And it's not profitable to go and get data from Africa, India, South America, etc., because we can't get those people to pay for a product that gives us the data. We have to drop the capitalism. We have to think of other ways to get data from broader pools, because it's not the algorithms, it's the data that's causing us a problem.
Show me your data, show me, I'll tell you the quality of your species, right?
Exactly.
So I'm going to try to bring it again a little bit in a step wider. I think you need AI when you need insight, and you need blockchain when you need trust. And there's many ways in which AI can help blockchain, and in many ways in which blockchain can help AI. So I think that also in blockchain you have the use or application layer, and you have the development layer, the technology layer. And AI can be used in both, right? Can be used on the usage. You can do like better UX, you can do better decisions, you can actually even train better data or give insight on how to give better data. Even in security ways, right? Developers can use AI to make better smart contracts, better coding, better getting more insight for how to use, right? But there's also the layer of technology. You can actually do better security, etc. So I think there's like this little dance between AI and Web3, and it's not that one is here for the other, but I think both are here for each other. And I think through the questions I will be able to develop that more. But yeah, as to answer the questions, I think developers can use AI for having more insights. And at the same time, AI developers can also use AI to actually go more into the ethical concerns, as you were saying, right? To maybe have more fair development, more fair models, fairer training, fairer inference, and even actually to have more validated data to construct better AI models and to actually bring insights that are, worthy of having as a human species.
This is great. You mentioned actually privacy, so this question will be for you. As with Web3 aim to prioritize user data ownership and privacy, how AI technologies can harness to empower individuals while providing data security and trust in the decentralized systems?
Well, just to touch on what I was saying, I think there's the concern of privacy and the concern of security. Yeah, I mean, in terms of privacy, we have tools in blockchain that are being developed in the field of ZK, zero knowledge proofs, and how can we actually prove that something is that without actually having to show everything, right? I go to a club and I show you my ID, and the bouncer does not need to know who my parents are, right? He just needs to know I'm 18. Hopefully, I look 18 now, but he needs to know one data. So at the end of the day, privacy, it's about what you show and how you keep it fair, how you keep it real, how you keep it transparent, how you keep it true, but without disclosing things that are not relevant for the occasion, right? So I think AI can help in coding all these technologies, but at the same time, I think there's something with security that can also be tackled with blockchain. For example, we're going to have a lot of AI bots, and we're going to need to know if they're human or not. And I think by securing a signature on the blockchain, we can actually know if that data is true or not. So that's where I think security and privacy can also be touched with these two topics.
This is very insightful indeed. Privacy, I think, is also more about choosing what to show and not to show, or at least having a right for this, which is actually a human right by default.
I mean, that's a wider issue because, and also companies, you know, if there's any big companies, corporations in the house, you know, I'm going to throw a challenge at you. But you know, companies don't get that actually there is an alternate route to the one that we've been following. You know, we've been following a path where we all give our data up on every single device we own for free all the time, and then all the big corporations, you know, Facebook, Google, Amazon, Tencent, Alibaba, etc., they're making billions off of our data that we've been giving them for free. And we're complicit in allowing those companies to basically be the internet now. They have all the cloud services. We've turned the internet into virtually a centralized solution. And we've given all that data up for free. Any data we didn't give up for free to those corporations is available immediately. I don't want to shock anybody, but I can go to the dark web right now and I can buy all of your credit card and bank details and addresses for probably a couple of dollars. For people of our age, not my age, I'm freakishly old, about 153 now, I think. But you know, for people of our age, I'm afraid the horse already bolted, you know, and we can't close the doors anymore. But you know, people like Brittany Kaiser, who you know, a friend of mine who was also the whistleblower at Cambridge Analytica, you know, she has the Own Your Data Foundation. You know, and there's other organisations in data sovereignty like Poly. There's upcoming AI, you know, personal AI and data sovereignty solutions coming up, like Memory. You've got Data Union. You've got many others. And they are all using either traditional technologies or blockchain technologies to try and provide data sovereignty. And here's the challenge for companies. What would you prefer? Would you prefer, if you're Gap, for example, would you prefer to ask me for my inside leg measurement, my favorite t-shirt colors, and ask that of all your clients and say, if you give us this data, we'll give you 50% off our clothes? Why would they do that? Because when they sell clothes new, they have 400% markup anyway. And then they discount to sell them. But they overproduce everything, and we all overproduce everything and over-harvest everything. So why not get the data from your, you know, clients, your raving fans, your community, and then only make what is needed plus a little extra for the sheep effect, you know, because if I saw Will wearing, you know, that blazer, I'm immediately going to want that blazer because he looks so good in it, right? So, you know, you've got to add an extra 20% for the sheep effect. But then they'll save costs, which means more profits. Exactly. We'll stop overproducing everything, which is good for the planet and the people. And how did we get there? We gave our data willingly in order to get something in return, as opposed to just taking our data to make billions, but overproducing everything and having no profits, which is, you know, Silicon Valley's biggest disease is companies with no profits.
This is great. You want something to add?
Yeah, so just to continue what you were saying, that it's really happening in the world now. WorldCoin, for example. If we see any big conferences, people are just going there like headless chickens. They're just like scanning their eyes, giving their identity, everything, and you don't even know what is going to happen with that, or who is going to be in charge of all this data. We absolutely have no idea about that. But there are some very good protocols. Recently, I met a project in Istanbul a couple of days ago. It's called as DOP. It's a self-sovereignty protocol, which is completely decentralized and stored on blockchain. Nobody else can have access to it. Imagine like you have your medical records on blockchain. Like it can be a kind of NFT or something. If you have an accident in a foreign country and if they don't know what kind of allergies you have towards medicine or anything as such, it's a question of life and death. And if they can have like only those specific information about your health, like, okay, if you get penicillin, probably you will die, or if you get something else, like it's going to affect you very badly. And this is going to be a lifesaver for a lot of people. In the same way, like it can have access to so many different industries that we deal with. It can be a credit card or it can be anything else. But disclosing the limited minimum number of information that you are mandatorily supposed to do, but not giving away everything. And for sure, not selling our data. So there are such kind of protocols which is using very advanced AI, and they're doing very good. I think this trend is going to continue going forward, especially as you said about zero knowledge proofs.
So the conclusion here, guys, be careful which information you're sharing and with who you're sharing.
No. That's not the point. Don't worry about it. Take advantage of everything Google has to offer, everything Apple has to offer, everything Amazon has to offer, because it's too late. So you may as well let your data do good things for you. Don't be careful. It's way too late.
Yeah, good point. Coming back closer more for the use cases of actually AI and Web3, let's talk about trading a bit. We have here founder of AI trading platform. So please tell us what are actually advantages and disadvantages of AI trading and trading in DeFi in general?
Cool. So we started it as a research and development project back in 2017. So we were like geeks coming from mathematics, AI background, trading background. We understand the industry very well. But when we started to apply AI for trading, 2 years we had no results at all. Because when you use machine learning models, it will overfit your models, which doesn't work. And if you use reinforcement learning, then again, your strategy will go obsolete after some time. And it took us a long time to realize the right way to do it. And the right way to do it is like, there are many data which everybody has, like price and volume data. So there cannot be any alpha there. You need to do something what no one else is doing. We built our own sentiment analysis engine, which keeps the sentiments to us, like on Twitter, on anywhere, like on medias. We try to see how many times a person has said about something and how many times it actually came true. And we try to weed out all the noises. So this is how we get the sentiment data. And we try to accumulate the price and volume data in one single thing. And that's how we mix that one with AI, which is pattern recognition system. And because of all these things from the past 4 years, be in the bull run or bear run, we are consistently performing fund. And even recently launched products like what we have launched, they're all doing excellently well. But what I want to say is like AI for crypto trading especially is a lot of research. You should see that as a research first. You have to try so many things. Most of the things will fail, but you have to know those things that really works. And it takes a lot of time and patience. But yeah, you can do it, like the way we did it.
Have you guys tried AI trading yourself as well?
I mean, to be honest, I didn't. It's not the sector I'm most interested. I think, as we were talking yesterday, actually, I always had a little bit of resistance to having a machine allowed to trade for me, because if you win, you don't know why, and if you lose, you also don't know why, right? And you could argue that it doesn't matter. You want profit, right? And that brings to the point that I think AI can do, which is, you know, a trading strategy at the end of the day is used to put your emotions out of it and to stay consistent, right? Because they say that successful traders are the ones who actually stick to the strategy. And it's fun to see how AI can actually help on that, because you are not bounded or restricted by your emotions when trading. And then you have like this AI, right, that's ingesting and eating all this amount of data, way more than you could do, and then like inferring all these possibilities, and then you just relax and you just earn money, right? And that's very interesting to see like how actually trading algorithms can remove the emotional side of it, that's what's supposed to be the flaw in humans, right? But at the same time, the question is like, and then why do you want the profits, right? Like who are you becoming? I maybe get a bit sentimental here, but I think trading is also a way for you to get to know what you want, what's your purpose, and what you want those gains for and that profit for. And going back to what you're saying before, I really like what you said, because I think AI and blockchain can also rethink what do we want, what's the profit, and how can we actually make something profitable or gather data to actually reduce costs, which is actually something profitable for industries and for companies, but at the same time, rethink what's the collective purpose of it, right? How can we actually change the status quo from within that capitalism in a way? Because you can think that, yeah, crypto hyper-financializes everything by creating tokens of everything, and then you can buy and sell everything, but then how can we, through that lens, actually get to another outcome? And going back to trading, yeah, what can I say? I haven't traded with AI, but I think that's one of the use cases that actually AI can bring into more insight, right? I don't know where it's going to be. I just know that I've seen the series Westworld. Who has seen Westworld? Mm-hmm. Okay, then you have this huge AI, sorry to spoil it, but that actually can predict all the operations and all the stock market and stuff. And the question is, okay, if everybody has that, then we have same opportunity. But if we have a macro corporation that has that insight, then we're still in this pyramidal, centralized way of being. So I wonder, actually, a question for you is like, how do you see the outlook of AI trading platforms? Like, do you think everybody will have access to it and then the market will rearrange itself into something that's even harder? Or is it going to be like just some people are going to have that and then they're going to have an advantage, an edge? And where is it going to be?
I don't think so. Everybody will be using these particular services, because I can just give you an example. The world's most successful hedge fund is Renaissance Technologies. It's based in United States, and it's done by my guru. Like, that's how I see him, Simon. Simon is a very, very, very smart and intelligent mathematics and AI. Like he said, like AI is not now. He used to do that back in 1980s, right? His Renaissance Technologies has been consistently performing ever since 1985 to 2023. All the years they're number one. And they're one of the major fund, which is Medallion Fund, as they call us. That's a close-ended fund of $10 billion. Even he will select who is going to come into his fund or who is not going to get access to this fund. If he doesn't want, he will kick you out. That's how it works. So why $10 billion? Because maybe after that, you cannot really generate alpha. So there is a kind of cap. It's not unlimited. So if tomorrow someone is ready to use my platform, if a fund comes and says, like, I will put $10 billion, I don't think we have $10 billion kind of liquidity right now in the market, in crypto market as of today, to really make all this AI to perform. So the market has to mature also along with the kind of money that we are playing in. But I don't think like that's going to happen like in next 5 years or 10 years. So until that, we are good. But if everybody uses the product, that's good for us. We will make money.
I mean, if I take something from what you said, Will, so yes, you perform best when you don't have emotions involved. So the plus side of AI trading is that everyone, and not just psychopaths and sociopaths, can actually be good traders, which is great. And then if we take that to its nth degree, if we actually have normal, regular, reasonable human beings who are able to make profits out of trading, we might actually end up with a lot more conscious capitalism and people using that profit not just for their own, selfish purposes, but to maybe, help their family, their friends, if they're feeling particularly, non-self-centered, their community. And really, when we think about it, community is a massive driver in this. Because GameStop, for example, we all remember GameStop and the hedge fund that collapsed because Reddit decided this was bullshit, and everyone clubbed together and they absolutely changed, right? They changed the whole thing. So is it really about the AI? Or is it really about once people become savvy enough to understand how to use these tools, once the tools become easy enough for everyone to use and it's mainstream, maybe even a black box under your TV like a PlayStation, it all comes back to community. Because if the community decides that it doesn't like what the AI is doing, if the community decides that it doesn't like what these big traders are getting, the community can do anything. You can't resist 6.5 billion consumers who are now savvy, right? It's a little bit like if we all stopped arguing with each other over every damn thing every day by doing binary thinking and picking sides, and we actually came together as a society, we could rip up all the governments and start again. But we don't, because we're arguing with each other. If we can put these things, these tools into everyone's hands, community will drive the result, not AI.
we are running out a bit of time, so like I would like that we bring a lot of value to the audience. So perhaps each of you can share actually AI tools that you work with daily or using in your work or life generally, something that would you recommend to others?
Oof, me? My word. Well, so obviously as a journalist, I get to, and to sort of partly answer the last question, I only used AI trading tools because as a journalist in that part of my life, I get access to everything quite early so I can try it out and see whether it's interesting and maybe write a story about it. I don't hold tokens because ethically that would not be right for a journalist to do. So, you know, I signed up for the journalistic ethics, so I don't hold anything. Doesn't stop people trying to hack my phone every 2 months to see if I've got tokens. But you know, from an AI standpoint, you know, ChatGPT, obviously everybody knows that. But I have found that for research for stories, nothing is better or quicker to help me with research on stories than Google Bard. Bard is outstanding, and I use that. I use a couple of other tools to help me with the SEO behind the scenes as editor-at-large at Arctic Startup and at Data Economy, because you know, we don't need SEO experts anymore, AI can do it. But I write everything still, you know, myself with the research that I do, and I string it all together because it's got to sound like me. Hilariously, a couple of times I've written articles and then publications have said, we ran this through an AI checker and it says AI wrote it. I said, no. What happened is AI sucked up all of my last articles and every other journalist, and so it's written like us. Run it through a plagiarism checker. So if you're doing AI checkers, don't do that. It's terrible. AI is writing articles based on people like me who've been writing articles for 30 years. Run it through a plagiarism checker. That's all you need to do. You can see if people are copying that way. But yeah, I just use Bard. I use some SEO tools behind the scenes. And I do some image generation. I prefer Leonardo over Midjourney or any of the others. But of course, I get them all the time, and I try them all the time. When I find something better than Leonardo, I'll jump to that too.
Thank you for that. I mean, it's curious because I spoke with some journalists in the pre-event events and they use actually AI checkers, as you said. And I played around and I tried myself to check the article which I wrote, and it says me, okay, like 50% like AI. I'm like, what? How is this possible?
Yeah, I know. I mean, it's checking for whether it's written by AI, not whether the operator is artificially intelligent. So.
So what about you?
Well, there is a little bit of AI in many of the apps that we use on day-to-day basis. For example, even Grammarly, the spell checker, even that's having AI. So whatever apps we are using, a little bit, there is an AI element in everything. But I think I use ChatGPT quite regularly. And I use, of course, BCube, like my company. So these are the only two things that I use regularly.
Okay, cool. What about you? For your content production.
Well, yeah, actually, I've been investigating in content production, but it really feels that when I do it for myself, it kind of feels better. I feel AI tools are very good for inspiration. And I found myself using them too much for dopamine than for inspiration sometimes, because sometimes I have philosophical conversation with ChatGPT where I just get validated and then I get a shot of dopamine and then I shut it out. And so, no, but I'm really interested in asking about the patterns I don't see in my content. For example, feeding my articles, feeding my diaries, feeding my big body of content of mine, and then asking for patterns I may not be seeing, and then starting the conversation from there. Because I think AI has that potential, right? That possibility of making us see what we don't see about ourselves through our own body of language. And apart from that, I'm excited with cross-modal AIs that are not still there. When I say cross-modal, I mean, for example, start dancing, and that's what I tried to do in my degree, but it didn't work out that good. But start dancing and then say like, okay, ChatGPT, give me a song that moves, that fits my movement right now, so I can get more into my dancing, for example. Things like that. I think that's what excites me in the future when we actually cross modes.
Curious.
The thing that excites me most about the future is if SingularityNet or anyone else gets to be Singularity and we get artificial general intelligence, we can all just go and sit on a Bali and beach in Bali, do nothing, get universal basic income, and just let AI run the whole show. That's what I'm looking forward to.
Even trading, they take care of it.
Just look after it for us. We're going to go and drink either non-alcoholic or alcoholic beverages somewhere.
Aho.
Well, I hope you guys made some notes. It was really useful to know all of this information. Thank you for sharing the stage with me, and thank you for listening us.
Hi guys, thank you very much. The morning sessions is over. The lunch is waiting for you downstairs. At 3 p.m. we are continuing with more talks. Thank you.
This is what everybody was talking about. First she took, lift me up, twist my heart, then she ran. I came back and realized waiting for a call can get you out of my mind. Waiting for a call can get you out of my mind. I'm breaking my habits for nothing. You grab when you take, but I love it. You're too close to perfect, and you know it. There's a purpose to every moment. I'm with you again. Although I know it's too much, I'm with you again. Although I know it's too much, call me when you feel right. I can be the one to hold you just the way that you like. Call me when you feel right. I can be the one to hold you just the way that you The look that you give me needs no effort. I must be that easy to pleasure, and I know that it won't last forever. But time with you ain't a thing that I can measure. I'm with you again. Although I know it's too much, I'm with you again. Although I know it's too much, call me when you feel right. I can be the one to hold you just the way that you like. Call me when you feel right. I can be the one to hold you just the way that you like. Call me when you feel right. I can be the one to hold you just the way that you like. Modernization, Bongo, Final Table,
eres un montón, me molas mogollón, por ti cojo un avión, me gustas un montón, por ti cojo un avión, baby. Baby, me gusta tu cara, eres una monada, te quiero de almohada, me gusta tu cara, eres una monada, te quiero de almohada. Ay, qué emoción, por ti cojo un avión, me gustas un montón, me molas mogollón, por ti cojo un avión, me gustas un montón, por ti cojo un avión, baby. Me gusta tu cara, eres una monada, te quiero de almohada, me gusta tu cara, eres una monada, te quiero de almohada. Ay, qué emoción, por ti cojo un avión, me gustas un montón, me molas mogollón, por ti cojo un avión, me gustas un montón, por ti cojo un avión, baby.
No sé qué me pasa en la cabeza. Hoy he regado las plantas, empapado en medio de una tormenta. Voy a venderme mi coche para comprar bidones de gasolina. Me deja el gas abierto y justo al lado una caja de cerillas. Porque cuando estás aquí pierdo el sentido, lo hago todo al revés, no atino. Cuando estás aquí no soy el mismo, voy atontado, estoy confundido. Cuando estás aquí pierdo el sentido, lo hago todo al revés, no atino. Cuando estás aquí no sé, no sé. Porque cuando estás aquí pierdo el sentido, lo hago todo al revés, no atino. Cuando estás aquí no soy el mismo, voy atontado, estoy confundido. Cuando estás aquí pierdo el sentido, lo hago todo al revés, no atino. Cuando estás aquí no sé, no sé. Me he dejado las llaves en el pomo otra vez, he tirado sal en vez de azúcar al café. Si te tengo cerca no sé contar ni hasta 3, me das un besito y se me olvida que hice ayer. Me he dejado las llaves en el pomo otra vez, he tirado sal en vez de azúcar al café. Si te tengo cerca no sé contar ni hasta 3, ¿qué coño voy a hacer? Cuando estás a mi lado no sé qué me pasa en la cabeza. Hoy he regado las plantas, empapado en medio de una tormenta. Voy a venderme mi coche para comprar bidones de gasolina. Me deja el gas abierto y justo al lado una caja de cerillas. Porque cuando estás aquí pierdo el sentido, lo hago todo al revés, no atino. Cuando estás aquí no soy el mismo, voy atontado, estoy confundido. Cuando estás aquí pierdo el sentido, lo hago todo al revés, no atino. Cuando estás aquí no sé, no sé. Porque cuando estás aquí pierdo el sentido, lo hago todo al revés, no atino. Cuando estás aquí no soy el mismo, voy atontado, estoy confundido. Cuando estás aquí pierdo el sentido, lo hago todo al revés, no atino. Cuando estás aquí no sé, no sé. Porque cuando estás aquí pierdo el sentido, lo hago todo al revés, no atino. Cuando dónde he estado ni en qué día vivo.
Es domingo, vamos de museo. Como contigo, me besas tú primero. No he dormido, vivimos muy lejos. Bajamos al metro, aún vamos ciegos. No recuerdo dónde nos encontramos. Si esto nunca se acaba, no me importa nada. Él tendrá otra raya. Y esto nunca se acaba y no me importa nada. Porque he perdido a mi amada. Y esto nunca se acaba y no me importa nada. Porque he perdido a mi amada. La soledad es mi hermana y no me importa nada.
Okay.
No problem. Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. We're going to start right now with an amazing presentation. Please take your seats. I know it's very tempting to take another beer, but you can do it a little bit later, so it's going to be all cool. So let's meet our first speaker.
Hello, everyone. Seems like you all are well repleted and satiated after the lunch. Yeah, I see the smiley faces. Well, I'm going to use the next 15 minutes, and I'm going to tell you about something you may have never heard about before, about establishing a new country. My name is Peter Krovina, and I'm the Chief of Staff in the Presidential Office of Liberland. And we are building the first decentralized autonomous government in the world on top of the freest country in the world. Now, obviously, the question comes in. Why would you build a new country? And it's simple, right? It's easier to create a new society for all the like-minded individuals instead of lobbying in each of the societies around the world for a change. Because here's the deal. Most people do not really desire a change, or at least not in the same fashion as you do. They may not have the same ideals of liberty and freedom. So the story goes on, right? We are living in an overtaxed and overregulated society where the bureaucracy is slowing down our economic growth, and sometimes we are experiencing an absolute mismanagement of the central planning. And there was a nice panel about it yesterday, about the crypto overregulation, right? So I'm sure we as decentralization-leaning people are all kind of feeling this. Now, if you take into account how much of the economic growth are we losing by this overregulation in our European, not just European, but mostly European society, even if it's just a few percent a year, and we have the data for that, it is a few percent a year at the very least, it doesn't sound like a lot. But then look at it from the large perspective, from the long-term scale. 5%. 1.05 to the power of 25. How much is that going to be for your grandchildren, or your children, or even for yourself in one generation? It's a lot. And there's one more problem with the contemporary states, and that is that there's been no major shift in the paradigm in which they are governed in pretty much 150 years. And that's insane. So for such reasons, we are building a prosperous society for the challenges of the 21st century, Liberland. And now, it sounds like an ambitious plan, right? How do you establish a new country? Well, this gentleman, Vít Jedlička, the founder of Liberland, he's figured it out. He discovered a beautiful parcel of land between Serbia and Croatia back in 2015. And he proclaimed it a new country. He just came over, stuck a flag in the ground, as simple as that. It may seem small to you, by the way, but it's by far not the smallest country in the world. It's the size of 3 Monacos. And it's strategically positioned on the shores of the Danube River, which, if you do not know, is one of the most used rivers in all of Europe. So obviously, he had no clue what's the demand for a new country. But as of today, we've received over 700,000 applications for citizenship. So the demand is obviously huge. And I presume that most people haven't even heard about us, right? But yet, so many people were willing to apply. Now, some people are coming to me and they are asking me, hey, Peter, so is Liberland a country yet? And I'm telling them, hey, so there are 4 internationally acknowledged criteria which you need to fulfill according to the Montevideo Conventions for you to be perceived as a country. And I'm proud to say that we are satisfying all of those 4. We have a population, a territory, a government, and the capacity to enter into relations with another countries. Now, let me structure and divide the remaining 10 or 11 minutes of my presentation into 3 parts. Firstly, I'm going to tell you about our governance on blockchain, because we were the first country to go full blockchain in the world. Secondly, I'm going to tell you about how we are talking on the state-to-state level with other countries. And thirdly, I'm going to show you our ongoing construction and development on site. Let's dive into the meats and bones. So I'm happy to say in the first part of my presentation that we are the most ideologically empowered country in the world. We are based on maximizing free liberty and the free trade. And we are inspired by traditional free countries such as Liechtenstein, such as Singapore or Switzerland. So we really took the best out of the best. Our government is fairly competitive. We only have 4 ministries. We do not believe you need to have 20 or 15 ministries like many contemporary states do, the legacy states, we may call them. And we believe that you are able to take care of most of the areas in your life and that the country should only provide the basics. So our constitution is based on classical liberalism, and we have a very strong definition and protection of the private assets and private ownership in Liberland. One important feature about Liberland is that the taxes are purely voluntary. So our blockchain project is an important part of the equation. And to me, it sounds like every democratic country should go blockchain, right? Because it's fast, secure, transparent, and it's very much eco-friendly. So we have first world countries on this planet where the legitimacy of elections is being publicly questioned, right? Which couldn't happen in Liberland. And it's very easy to prevent this fall of trust in democracy by going blockchain. Obviously, it's not just the elections. It's also the registries, the car registries, the land registries, the courts, the jurisdiction, all of the laws. All of that is on blockchain. Now, we decided to go by using the Polkadot substrate. So you may also build on top of our chain. You may build your own DeFi stuff. And one important edit we did with the Polkadot substrate is that we divided the power between 2 groups of people. there's the Liberland dollar and its holders who are validating the network through the proof of stake. And secondly, there are the taxpayers, the people who are actually casting the votes, and they are holding Liberland merit. So it's not essentially the same people counting the votes and casting the votes, which would be, perhaps not as democratic. So obviously, each citizen in Liberland is a shareholder of the country. Now, in traditional states, you may feel like your voice is not being heard out. Well, in Liberland, it is. We are treating you just the same way a company like Apple, for instance, would treat its shareholders. So we are talking with you, and we care about your vote. Which leads us to Liberland being a truly representative democracy. The elections are taking place in real time, on-chain, and they are concluding every 3 months. So say your congresswoman does something you dislike. Well, too bad for her. You may just unstake your vote, and in real time, everyone sees that this congresswoman is out within 3 months if she doesn't have enough votes. Which, again, in traditional countries, you have to wait 5, 6 years sometimes. So the change there comes slowly. Now, obviously, our system is putting a lot of trust on the shoulders of the big taxpayers. For this reason, we've introduced the element of public veto, where even the small taxpayers or people who do not desire to pay taxes at all can strike out any laws they are finding harmful for the society or for themselves. Now, our judiciary system is also on the chain. It's fast, it's transparent, and the judges and arbitrators are economically incentivized to behave in a timely manner, which in effect means that you don't have to conclude your trials in years like you may have experience with in many extant states. Now, let me move to the second part of my presentation, which is on the diplomacy. In this picture, you can see our representative office in Washington, D.C. We have 100 offices around the world. Many of them look like this. And thanks to our Humanitarian Aid Foundation, we are also able to provide a lot of help around the world, thanks to which we are able to talk with many governments on a state-to-state level. Let me show you some pictures. This is us in the European Parliament during an event by the US Congress. This is when we came for the recognition to the Dominican Republic. Oh yeah, and we've received the Humanitarian Award at the United Nations a few months ago in July. It's a nice event it was for the help we have provided in Haiti and in the Dominican Republic. Again, one of the political events in the US. Oh, we signed a treaty with the Indian Chamber of Media. Got recognized in Liberia a few weeks ago. And we spoke with President Milanovic, the president of Croatia. Obviously, Croatia, as a neighboring country, is a very relevant partner to us. So we want to make sure we have good relations with the locals. And in this picture, you can see a Liberland seastead off the coast of Dubai. I know that many of you live or are visiting Dubai, so you may also pay a visit to our representative office. Anyway, we also have a Metaverse as a showcase of the architecture. It was created by the Zaha Hadid architects. And we want to really show our neighbors and all the people what kind of beautiful structures and urban planning we could do in Liberland. Now, we're supporting the local soccer team, or football, but mostly soccer. And it's obviously very relevant because, again, the locals can see we are bringing opportunities to the area, and we are having good relations with them, which is important if you are the new kid on the block. Now, let me move to the third and concluding part of my presentation, which is our settlement and construction. Now, the Ark Village is where we started to construct and settle on Liberland first a few years ago, but then by the way, it's by our free trade zone where you can incorporate your company too if you'd like. But then we've actually opened the border crossing with Croatia 3 months ago. and we started constructing on the land itself. So yeah, we're building this. We have this marina, then the presidential palace, and we want to buy one of these big boats to bring in more material into Liberland. Our courageous settlers are enjoying their chocolate on the sandy beaches of Liberland. And a hotel we want to build on the Jefferson Square in the heart of Liberland. The first wedding took place in Liberland 2 weeks ago. You guys can do it too. It was a lot of fun. And also we're hosting a lot of events. Every weekend there's something happening in Liberland now. This was from the summer festival. And so I invite all of you to come to Liberland. It's a place for all the blockchain and crypto-loving people like you are. And we're hosting something like really all the time now. The first step for you would be to acquire one of these documents. We have passports, ID cards, as a proper country needs to have. And I'm going to give you a moment. And this is how many we are shipping out all the time. I'm going to give you a moment, scan this QR code, make a registration on the website now. It takes a few seconds. Pull out your phones. Come on, let's do it. And in the meantime, I'm going to ask Vasilisa to come up on the stage. And I'm going to decorate you, Vasilisa. Michael, may I ask you? Thank you so much. I'm going to decorate Vasilisa with her citizenship. Here's your Liberland passport.
Thank you, finally.
Your e-residency card.
Amazing.
And your certificate of citizenship.
Wow, thank you so much.
Welcome on board.
Yeah, my pleasure and honor.
Thank you so much for your attention. And I'm going to be around. We can talk and synergize about Liberland. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. And yes, my panel is joining me. And we have a very, well, I think it's an exciting topic. Even I was a little bit irritated in the beginning when we were deciding on it, because it's kind of strange to talk about innovation that is not yet completed and that's still in development. But of course it's important, because a standstill would be fatal for everything. We covered quite a few different aspects of this issue before, so that now we are trying to kind of wrap it up in a way and see and come to some essentials. Well, I don't think I really need to make much ado about the people that are with me, because I said Jimmy, I'm sure everybody knows, and also Monte, yeah, and Vasilisa, of course, congratulations for your newly acquired citizenship.
Thank you.
And yes, let's come to Jimmy, because you're one of the very early blockchain adopters in 2011, I think, if I remember right.
Approximately.
So where are we standing in the Web3 process now? And is it enough innovation or too much innovation?
Sure. Let's start by just recapping what I think Web3 is. I think there's a lot of misunderstanding. It emerged from the ability of blockchain to provide a distributed, published record of events in history that are time-stamped, whether they be a payment, Bitcoin, your identity information, or any type of content or data. Web 1 was the first versions or phase of the internet where we just, as an audience member, were passive viewers, readers of static websites. Web 2 emerged with the advent of user-generated content, YouTube, social media like Facebook, where instead of just reading content that was published to you, you as a user started contributing to the content, to the data that is rapidly exchanged across the internet. However, in the Web 2 world, we still depend on intermediaries, such as YouTube, Facebook, and their servers, to store the data and the content that you create and contribute and license to them under their terms of use. And therefore, if you get deplatformed, like Donald Trump did on Twitter a few years ago, if you didn't download and archive your data, it's lost to you. And it's difficult for other services to access. For example, the content you post on Twitter cannot be easily accessed on Facebook, right? They don't share the same database. They're data siloed. So Web3 emerged with the advent of blockchain to say, hey, we could create a more user-centric, user-activated version of the internet where the data transactions, whether they be payments or all this content we're creating, you have more control over because it's written to the blockchain. And these services that are like social media services are merely an interface to the content and data you put on the blockchain, and all of the services can pull from the same source. Your picture, so I don't have to upload a picture from today to 4 different social media apps, which takes time. Your identity, so that you don't have to have 4 different login sets of information for different services. And blockchain is critical to be the infrastructure to that, to create a world where you have more control, ownership, and the ability to monetize this data. So that's what I believe Web3 is. Where we are, it's like where we are in Metaverse. There is no real Web3 yet. There is no real Metaverse yet. We have taken baby steps to it because not enough data is on blockchain right now. Most of the blockchains have not scaled enough. They're not easy enough applications to allow you to, for example, have a blockchain-based place to store your identity information so that Twitter can access it, Facebook can access it, YouTube can access it. That doesn't really exist yet. Same thing with content. There's not an easy way to put your content on data and have it read and interfaced by different internet services. A lot of people are talking about creating those things, and I've seen a lot of development of applications, including companies I'm involved with. But I think we're at the baby steps to it because it starts with this first question. How do we make it easy for you as a user to get this data about your identity or your content to a blockchain where you write to the blockchain and allow other services to read from the blockchain what you own, control, and monetize?
Well, I think there are also other problems that really are keeping us away from a full metaverse yet.
Yes.
I like the idea of the meta idea, but I also think that it's
meta
still
ID,
idea.
Yeah.
But I think that's still a very long way to get there because also. Because people don't like to change a running system, and this resilience is one of the problems for it.
But having a blockchain mechanism to store and control your identification, your ID information, is critical to a future of Web3. And all of this doesn't work unless the services, whether it be Amazon, Google, whatever, can authenticate that's you, right? Where they can verify it's you, and therefore you associate you to all this content that you're creating and generating and sharing through services across the world, and allowing other people peer-to-peer to interact with my content without an intermediary like Facebook in the middle deciding, or Spotify if I'm a music artist and I upload my song file to the blockchain. You know, I want to be able to allow you, Dieter, to pay me a micropayment for the download, right, or for the stream of it without, let's say, Spotify in the middle. So having your identity confirmed cryptographically on a blockchain and managed, plus the ability to upload and share content through different internet services, whether they be a picture on Instagram, a music file, a written legal contract that I want to share, and having the payment mechanisms between blockchain wallets to exchange all those payments peer-to-peer without intermediaries in the middle. That requires getting all this onto the blockchain in the first place.
Jimmy, I really love you talking about the future.
Yeah.
Montse, you have a dedicated technology background. You have a degree in engineering.
Yeah.
So how did that influence your approach towards the metaverse and the Web3? And where are we in your opinion in this process?
Yes, in my opinion, from the IT point of view, this is an evolution, no? We always think it's an evolution. The only thing is that every time that you are working more and more, imagine, no, with the 5G, we have been coming to the 5G because we did the 1G, the 2G, but the 2.3, the 2.5, the 2.9. So this is all incremental, and depending on who is programming, who is involved in this, and how much knowledge we have on technology. So this is for me the big, when you ask what are the drivers for building the metaverse, it will be the people, talent. So how many people right now can understand lines of code? How many understand the evolution of hardware? Because this is all about that, no? About having digital identity, but where are going to be residing all this data, in which hardware, from who will be the hardware, which is the ownership of this hardware. So from my point of view, I think that we have been evolving quite good from the very beginning when we started to work with computers to now. We have these things every time, little and little more. But also in terms of blockchain, we have been understanding the evolution of networks. So, and now the protocols from the last generation of networks of blockchain are much more secure. So we evolve on what is the cybersecurity, but also in this interface, what we are talking about digital identity. If I have a wallet in my phone, it still is my phone. What does mean? Still I have my wallet and other things. So how that is going to evolve to a single thing that will be wearing, maybe I will wear that thing, and that thing will allow me to enter to this metaverse. No? And it's going to be a phone, or it's going to be another thing. I mean, a smartphone, of course, but maybe the technology is moving us to another space that is the phygital. No? It's really, maybe we will be wearing sensors, and the metaverse will be just be here, but projecting people and moving to other spaces. So that, for me, is still a lot to do.
I think that the true metaverse we will experience when we can interlock with our brain directly, because everything is stored there already, and then we don't need to create all these massive new data flows and stuff. But I think that we are still very far away from that.
Not really very far away. The last studies on neuroscience and also brain links, still has been working on brain connections. And for me, what is interesting about blockchain is how that is going to be converging with AI and all this knowledge we are having with how our mind is working, and our brain in this case. But
there's already a number of companies in this new field of BCI, brain-computer interface.
I'm not talking about Musk. He's already taking applications to getting your chip implanted. I don't know if that really will be the way, because I think people will be really resilient to that. But okay, that's a different issue. Vasilisa, I mean, you're another person that doesn't need no introduction. And I know you as a perfect networker, and I think that networking is key to create a culture of innovation and to bring people to discuss new ideas, to come up with new ideas. And you have this new concept here with the festival and conference. What I like very much, because it gives a completely different flow to create ideas and to talk with people. So what is your experience with it, and where is networking going, and what do you think will networking do for a culture of innovation?
Well, I mean, you're very right. So people are innovating in a different way. Some of them, they don't need anybody. They just close themselves down in the room or in the garage or whatever, and they create something amazing. They're genius people. Some of them need to interact with the others, where the truth is born out of the consensus of the different opinions, different approaches. But at the same time, even if you're working with a team or you're working alone, eventually you need to go out to the world and say, hey, I'm doing this, and validate your idea with the people. Any event, any meetup, any way you go out is important that you have the feedback of the world, because unless what happening in Web3 a lot, it's like a pot inside of itself. People are saying, oh, I think that we're going to create this amazing product, and we put it on the blockchain, and whatever, whatever. But you're like, does the industry which you are doing for needs that? Does it make their life actually easier? Or it makes it more complicated because people need to change the systems, whatever, and the reward for all that is not clear. It's like, okay, I have my data on blockchain. How do I benefit from that? So first, you can create your idea, very draft, and then go and talk to people in the industry, if it's automotive, if it's whatever, a food production, agriculture, event production. It's like, even in my experience, people sometimes come to me and say, hey, we can do the pop-ups or whatever for your event. People can download that. I'm like, well, you can do that. I don't mind. But what is the actual benefit? Is it really something people need? Or it's just a lot of digital trash, sorry to say that, we are creating, which nobody actually needs. So let's be more to the point. But another part, which I just wanted to say, what was said about the AI is very interesting to me, is because we are right now, sometimes when you go online, you don't know if what you read is written by a physical person who actually have a brain, have a soul, or it's a machine learning experience, AI, who analyzed everything and now writing on Twitter thousands of tweets, I don't know, for good or for bad. So here in the event, you definitely know to whom you're speaking. In this event, in any other event, right? It's not a promotion. It's about, guys, be very careful online right now. And the more we go with the metaverse, with AI and Web3, wow, we're entering into a very interesting world where we're literally the border between the artificial intelligence and human intelligence will be more and more blurry. I wouldn't be surprised, like in a few years, when there's more or less proper metaverse, AI products, AI people, like this. We had Sergi speaking here about the human realistic, absolutely realistic avatars, right? And then you will be doing, I don't know, getting for dates with these kind of avatars online, because you just like them more than the real people. So,
well, I was approached by one of these honey trap things. You get confronted always over social media, and just for fun, I was picking up the conversation, and this was very one-dimensional. And though very quickly I realized this was actually a avatar talking that tried to convince me in a certain direction. So it's already starting for sure, and the way these things are developing, though it will become a lot harder to cope with that. But before we pick up on or go deeper into that issue, because the impact on our societies surely is something we also should discuss here. Jimmy, let's look at AI, and well, AI will become much more capable, and with the age of quantum computing at our door, will increase the speed dramatically. So what roadmap do you predict?
I'm sorry?
What roadmap do you predict for the development of Web3?
With AI?
Well, AI and all the other issues that...
Well, as I mentioned, I think we have to first have companies, hopefully some bright entrepreneurs out there and watching this video at some point, to build products that create the building blocks to true Web3. For example, someone needs to create an application or product that makes it easier to place identity information, let's say on a blockchain, be able to allow you to supplement that because people move, they change addresses, they get married, they change names, someone passes away, somebody else therefore takes control of their identity, and have that associated in data tree structures so that you can be constantly amending the identity information. You also need a mechanism to be able to associate a blockchain-based ID to many forms of content and assets that you might own or control, like NFTs, a music file, a poem or book that you write, that you want to monetize through the blockchain. And then you also need people to create tools and mechanisms to allow the protection of privacy, especially in jurisdictions like the United States, Europe. You know, as a former lawyer and privacy professional, I know the importance of maintaining encryption and privacy mechanisms because you can't put PII directly on blockchain. So there's this tension of having all this identity information using blockchain with the fact that blockchains are public. And there are solutions that need to be built. So I think in terms of the journey and roadmap of getting to Web3, it takes bright entrepreneurs making products that solve some of those problems so that it's easier for all of us as users across the world to have ID managed on blockchain, and then have our ID be immediately accessible through the browsers we use, right? Because then you want to also attach that to blockchain wallets so that you can pay through the browser, so that you can have the browser pull up your NFT or your other asset. All of this linking is necessary. So I think that's really important. I think AI will contribute to that in many ways and will speed up the process. In fact, one of the other companies I'm involved with that I did not talk about yesterday is an AI infrastructure business, trying to be almost like the AWS of artificial intelligence by providing mechanisms that increase the speed and efficiency of LLM computation to dramatic degrees to make all of this all faster. And we believe that will serve the advancement of a lot of these Web3 functionalities. But I think the roadmap, I'm very pragmatic. I have big visions for what this all can do. But I, having lived the whole journey of the internet era, which is when I started my professional career as a lawyer in the mid-90s, see how long it takes. And it took the building blocks to make everything about the internet operate faster. So if you really believe in a world of Web3 and you see this big roadmap to all this great excitement in the future, which I think is possible in our lifetimes, help us all by thinking about what building blocks you can contribute to in your ventures or businesses that allow this more easier control, writing to the blockchain and reading from the blockchain the key aspects you want to be able to transact with as a user peer-to-peer with someone else.
Well, same question to you, Monte. Maybe you can add something that Jimmy hasn't covered yet.
Yeah, no, I'm very thinking on what you were saying, Vasilisa and Jimmy. It's about people. This is about all of us, how we like to live and what we need to use. I always say that when I studied telecommunication, in Greek, no, tele means very far away. So we are communicating with very far away other humans in this moment, because we use the video and we have some technology for that. But the moment that we can have this experience as we were present in the same space is better. I insist on communicating is 7% is words. Like 33% more or less is the voice, how we send that words. But mostly is human body. So you communicate with all your presence. And if we break this barrier of the screens and we go to something more physical, that will be, as Vasilisa was saying, more interaction between humans. And we will, for doing that, we will need AI just to help us on how we do it. So this is what we need to be very challenging, no? And this is where blockchain makes sense. Where blockchain makes sense is to really, really trust what you are training or what you are using to make your AI system to learn. So if and this is one of the main issues on AI, is quality of data. If your data is learning, no? If you are having data that is not trustable, that is very old, that is not good enough for the nowadays, of course you are training a machine that is not intelligent a lot, or at all. Both, neither possible. For example, nowadays GPT is having hallucinations, a lot of hallucinations, of course, because it needs a lot of data, and this data needs to be very well done and with a lot of quality. And this is what I think is where the connection between blockchain and AI makes sense. let's try to train these large systems with some trustable data.
Verified data.
And verified data. And for that, as Jimmy was saying, we need identifiers. We need to be sure that the data is coming from a source, and this source is identified. This is blockchain, and this is where we need to make together blockchain and AI go at the same pace. And that's very difficult, and as Jimmy was saying, we need everybody to work on that.
Well, now let's move, open it up a little and go to the, well, to the society side, not only the business side. We are used very much to think in these innovation terms, and we are used to the cycles. Outside our little cotton ball, it's completely different. Vasilisa, what can we do? How can we? Is there a chance? Because when ChatGPT was introduced, people were shocked, and it wasn't really so much new that was confronted there. But for the first time, that a wider community was getting aware of it. So I think to get the spirit of innovation into a wider context, into the society, will be one of our huge challenges. So what do you think, Vasilisa? How can that be done? Not in a B2B conference.
No, I mean, the thing is, it's all about education. I mean, from the start, from the first days of your life, the life of our kids will be so different from ours. It's not anymore about like learning the basics. The whole human race was developing in a certain way, right? Before, let's say in 16th century, the maximum you can learn until like you become an adult or whatever is probably how to know Latin or Greek. Well, if you have the access to education, whatever scientific thing you have at that time, that the earth is probably round, and things like this. So it's a very little information which you're learning. Right now, kids in school, like even us, you have so much information put into your heads, and it's not about just what information now we're receiving. It's also about teaching the kids what they can do with that. So, and thinking beyond. Because very often, even the teachers, they are not even capable of thinking ahead themselves so that they cannot help the kids to grow in that direction this way. They're very standardized. We have a program, we have to read this, we have to do this mathematical thingy, and nothing more. No, guys. Yes, you do. Of course, there is basics. Basics got basics. You have to know how to read, you have to count, or whatever, the general thing. But think beyond. Like, think beyond thinking out of the box. This is where it starts. To innovate. This is, again, when we're talking about in generations. What we can do right now is the same. It's educating. Educating people who come in for the conferences, who are just curious in the internet. And more than that, guys. It's just because, again, going back to what was Monse discussing. Yes, we have to verify information. ChatGPT have a lot of flows. You're asking for the references, and he's like, oh, I'm sorry, I did it wrong, but you have to keep in mind that sometimes the links he is using or whatever the information he is perceiving is not correct from the beginning. And the one more thing which I really wanted just to touch base, because we still have a little bit of time, is that, guys, we are here, we're discussing the Web3, the beautiful world and everything which we can build, but please always keep your eye on what is happening in the real world, what is happening in the politics, what is happening in the economy of our countries, of our cities, of the entire world which we are sharing. Because people here are very global. They are very open-minded. They believe that they live in one world, which I adore, this vision. But when we go outside to the street, it's not like this exactly. So we need to remember that while we are working for decentralization, while we are working for like verified information, no censorship, outside, very opposite things are happening. Things are getting censored. You cannot find trustful information. You cannot trust the television, the news, the articles which are generated by AI, and they just want to support certain view. Doesn't matter, good or bad, whatever. I'm not saying that everybody doing this, every single government of every single country right now. So be very careful and think that we not just have to work together, we have to be conscious about what's going on there, and we need to impact somehow that outer world.
Well, we definitely, and the other problem is that the wave is building up with quantum computing, with how the AI developing. The wave will become bigger and faster, and I think that's one of the big challenges, Monse, that we are faced with. So, what's your approach on how to handle that?
For me, and you are right, because and right now in quantum is amazing what is happening there, and it's a new frontier for sure of knowledge. So this is the key concept, knowledge. So when we talk about literacy, no, in the past, in the old times, it was to learn to write and to learn to speak properly was not for everybody. So we think in the history of the humanity, we have been learning little by little, and when you know something, that was making you to have a better life. So that's what we need to understand. If we are not able all together to go at the same pace that the knowledge on these technologies, we will we are having already a big gap, as Vasilisa was saying, between the ones who we can read or we can be in some type of understanding of some knowledge in digital, and the ones who are still without understanding how to use the mobile and get a wallet there. So, and nowadays there is more people who doesn't know how to get a wallet in a mobile phone and why they need a wallet in the mobile phone, no? So that is still to be a lot of doing in communication and networking. And this is what Vasilisa was highlighting, no? In quantum is the same, no? The other day I had a question about quantum computing. We keep saying quantum is too complex, we don't understand, nobody is going to understand that. If we keep saying that to everybody, it's not going to happen anything. No? If we still put barriers of, I don't know that because it's very complex, it's only for the physics, no? For a lot of engineers, it's a very complex understanding. That's not how we can make the people and everybody, humanity, learn how to be facing big challenge like the ones we have with the Sustainable Development Goals. So the idea is, quantum is okay, it's complex, but we are able, or we will be able, to understand all together if we put a little bit of emphasis that we need to innovate in the way of teaching and making clear concepts to all of us, no? And this is Jimmy, no? Who is a lawyer in privacy. So you started in internet, and right now you have no issues at all to talk about internet in a way of understanding privacy on internet. And this is something that means mixing knowledge. And this is what we need to explain everybody, no? That blockchain is not complex. Web3 is going to happen because all of us, we are going to need it. And of course, quantum is coming, and is coming fast. And this is the challenge.
Okay, half an hour is really going over very fast. So a last short statement from each of you. When will we have our primary existence in Web3?
When, for me, I think we still need 10 years, imagine. I'm not very optimistic on that because this is this barrier of literacy. We need to make people understand from the very beginning what does mean web still.
Jimmy?
I think that's about right, 5 to 10 years, but I will disagree with my panelists somewhat about everyone always talks about education is necessary to see this revolution happen. The rest of the world does not care about how Web3, blockchain, or any of this works. They just want to see it work. So my best advice to everyone in this room who believes in growing business in this area is to show, not tell. No one cares how it works underneath the hood. Go build a product where you say, here is my piece of content, instead of placing it in 5 different places in 5 different databases for Amazon, Google, Facebook, Twitter. I put it in one place on the blockchain, and each of us who are internet services, Facebook, Amazon, Google, Twitter, can access it from that one place. And I can then send the monetization of it to Vasilisa or Dieter anywhere in the world. When you build that product, people can see that it saves them time, makes them more money, because they can allow any internet interface, application, or browser to access from that one place they will understand it without having to understand what Web3 really is.
Okay, Jimmy just secured his daily water supply.
Yes.
Vasilisa,
It's a water win.
One sentence, what do you think?
Well, I cannot say like if it's 5 or 10 years or whatever. And first of all, just to make sure that Jimmy, like when I was talking about education, I didn't mean that we have to educate people about their Web3 so they got all this stuff about the nodes, how the blockchain is working, the smart contract, whatever. No, yeah, I agree with you 100%. Build the product. And this is the crucial one. 5, 10 years, 15, I don't know. But there should be a moment like with AI. When ChatGPT arrived, suddenly, that was the moment for the boom of AI.
Because people could see it work.
Exactly, and it's easy, and you don't need to, it can be anywhere, anything from your phone, from your laptop, whatever. You don't need to know how AI works. I mean, it's vital to understand the limitations, to understand the basics, but you don't need to know the program behind. That's what has to happen to blockchain. There should be a project, a product, I don't know, which will be like a click. Yeah. And then, bam, we have it.
Okay, thank you. That was this panel, and you see, especially for me, this is really an issue very close to my heart, especially with the Diplomatic World Institute. Thanks to my panelists. Thanks to the audience for being interested in this. And yeah.
Thank you, Dino, for having us.
Let's move to the next
I'm going to take my water content now.
All right. I'm starting? I'm starting? Okay, nice to meet you, gentlemen. I'm Serge Conessa, founder and CEO of Immersion 4. Thank you. Well, they told me, you have to do something for us. You have to speak about what is impact investment and what is the dark side of the impact investment. That's a hell of a story. Well, I will start with I would say the say from Martin Luther King Jr. And I think this is something that we all should remember, especially on those days. It was said at a time when he was, I would say, a very hard time in the US, and this is something that we can apply during every single war that this world, I would say, have been known. The sentence was, we will not remember the words of our enemy, but we will remember the silence of our friend. What that means? That means basically today, when you're talking about here Web3, we're talking about blockchain, we're talking about all of that. All of that is data. Data is communication, it's some things that we all share. And data is nothing more, nothing less than energy. So what is the true picture of energy? And why today when we speak about impact investment, when you talk about investing in a green solution, what is green? What is impact investment? What kind of impact do you want to do? What kind of money are we sinking? Like we're talking when you look about security, in security people said, oh, we need to be protected, or we need to have encryption. There is so many tools. In fact, there is only one question that you need to ask. Who's your enemy? If you answer that question, you know what to do. Knowing that your enemy today can be your friends tomorrow, and your friend can become your enemy, or is already your enemy, but you don't know. So this is the kind of the protection that we need to talk about. When you talk about energy? What is energy? What is the true picture of energy? That's the picture of energy. I did that picture a while ago because I have been told by people at the, I would say from outside, talking about, I would say, the files check, what is real, what is not real, and search basically what you're saying, that you can save nuclear plant energy, this is not real. Well, let's go to the bottom of the story. All those numbers are verified. What you see here is the legacy of the world is 89% is all gas and biomass. That's it. And only 11% is renewable energy, like biofuel, solar, wind power, and nuclear energy. This global energy is not the energy which produces electricity. It's energy as an overall, including heating energy. And the energy consumption we are dealing with here is 899 terawatts per hour. When you look at those, what is the energy consumption by data? Data center consumption today is 1.5% of the world energy, 32 nuclear plants. On 2030, the forecasts are talking about 4%, 84 nuclear plants. It's not so much, but that's a lot. And in fact, some of them are saying 8% of energy consumption by data centers. Today, we can change that parameters by changing the way we cool electronics, because a data center is a big house of cooling electronics and nothing more, nothing less. When you go down, how many data center, and more than anything, how many nuclear plants in this world? 468. How many of them are on shutdown? 213. How many are on construction? 57. How long it takes to build a nuclear plant? 7 years. How long it takes to decommission a nuclear plant? 60 years. I hear everywhere, decarbonization. Well, we breathe oxygen. We expel CO2. Our enemy is not so much CO2, it's microparticles and all the pollution generated all around. When we deal with it, what that means that today nuclear energy cannot be the energy for the future, because we are growing at 1 billion people every 13.7 years. As just as an example. I don't see hydrogen, I don't see anything else. But what I see is clearly their oil and gas. When we continue to this is today the energy consumption per household. Africa is 3 megawatts. A household is 4 people in a house. And we are, as Europe, we are consuming 10 megawatts in our house. That's the average. Electricity production, the switch on, which is making our servers, which is making blockchain, AI, Web3, everything's working. While we're looking here, nuclear energy is effectively 10% of the world energy. And what we are looking is what is still, I would say, the bigger junk. The big junk is still the same. It's still oil and gas. And the little dots that you have here is the 187 terawatts in terms of producing by data centers. What am I saying here? Who cares about all those numbers? What is saving energy is eco-conservation, is not building more energy. Today, if you want to be green, we need to reduce energy consumption by any means. Because when we reduce energy consumption, we save the electricity production, we stop digging too much the planet, or less. We have no more grids in order to deliver the energy to our houses and to our industries. And this is an immediate savings. And there is zero pollution getting out of it. Well, created the technology in order to save, but we're going to go back into that. What is interesting to say is there is no today energy who can basically cope and match the way we consume and the way we burn energy and the energy demand that we have in this world. There is none. If you find any, be my guest, I'm more than happy. I'm here to be challenged. And the reason why is very simple. If I'm right, our kids have a very serious future issue. I want to be wrong, because that means that I have nothing to do here. I'm good to be out and to enjoy my children, and they will have a lovely future coming in. We look and we put all the things, all the information together, and we look about the energy production, we look about the electricity generation per sources and the evolution of electricity. I will give you this presentation. That's a lot of information. That's why I'm making confused the way I'm speaking, because that's a lot of data. But this doesn't matter. When we go directly to what matter is how much our data are consuming today, 189 terawatts. That's it. That's what we have. The growth is going to be exponential. If I'm comparing today the energy that we are spending for producing, for heating and cooling our house and having energy to produce, I would say our AI, blockchains, or whatever, any kind of world that we are talking about, because at the end of the day, it's the story of an electronic component that we use for something, machine learning, data mining, AI, whatever you call it. The result of it, 8 billion people, 69% of the biodiversity is gone. 2025 is going to be 1.8 billion people with no access to clean water. 2030, we're talking about over 90% of the biodiversity being gone. We are just one in the biodiversity. We need everything around, otherwise we are nothing. That's what matters. When you look at all of this, what is the goal of saving energy and what really matters? When we look at here, I would say the whole plan, what we realize, this is nice number of forecasts. But the forecast that I'm interested in the most is this one. How many households can we power by the energy we are saving in 2030 or today? Today, we can power 5.6 million houses of 4 people worldwide. With the way we burn blockchain, AI, energy, whatever you want to call it, we're talking about 29 million houses. If you go down and look at the energy that we're talking about, this is how much nuclear plant we are saving. That's math. And those math are all verified. It's very simple. Well, data centers is energy. Well, we're talking about, what about water consumption? What about pollution emission? What about CO2? What about greenhouse? And when we deal about all of this, the impact of Web3, AI, and everything that we have done, by the way, I'm part of the problem. At 60 years old, I have been the one using air to cool electronics. Air is an insulator. Liquid is a thermal conductor. What was wrong with us? Why did we did that? Well, we did it. Now we have to face it. The fact is, those 2% impact the whole chain on energy production, energy generation, energy distribution, energy storage, energy usage. Well, all right. What we can do on data centers today, the technology we have created, any building can become a data center. This home, this house, any hotels, places, building and world can become a data centers. That's the technology we have done. Forget the technology we have done. That's exactly what it is when you look about the building. Here you have the air-cooled data centers. We make the air running around HVAC, AC, in order to cool the servers where our Web3, AI, everything's are running. And here, this is basically the same things when you don't need anything, and you can save not only space, but as well the energy, because we're talking about 80% energy reduction. Benefit goes all the ways, from financial savings, technology savings, and technology financial benefit savings. But what is interesting, whoops, sorry, I went too fast, is the whole distribution that we do, because every data center is built the same way. So basically everything is spread out. When we do this, what we look, the translation is, the true domain of humanity is called microparticulate emission. That's what we are all living in. So we look, of course, on a certain type of size of what we call PM10, and we're starting to look at PM2.5, finally. PM2.5 go to your length, go to the bloodstream, and then after that it's called allergies, cancer, so on and so forth. Reason why is, okay, there is so many people, and right now there is 8 kids out of 10 who go to school and have allergies. Well, we speak about finance making an impact. So I hear everything in conference when I'm going there. The COP, Scope 1, Scope 2, Scope 3, ESG, Sharia law, all of them. Which, by the way, any one of you knows what Sharia law is? I'm provocative. I'm not, in fact. I'm pretty sure for all of you, Sharia law said, oh my God, we're talking about Muslim and Islam. Well, Sharia law was invited by the Arabs, and it was a very equitable way to do business in order to manage profit on the perfect growth in respect with everyone involved. Has been invented in the 15th centuries, just to give you some ideas. Well, where is the elephant in the room? We can all save energy by the way we consume it, by the way we reduce it. So when we want to make an impact comes by saving energy at all costs. Because if we are here, if I switch it off, electricity, there's nothing left. No air conditioning, no electricity, no data, nothing. We go back to the Stone Age. This is the reason why, since electricity, humanity became from 2 billion people to 8 billion people. I'm not going to go to it, it's way too much data, but by the way, they're going to be available, I can give you those presentations. What is data? What is AI? What is blockchain? What is Web3? None of them need air and water. Air and water, we need it. Electronics need liquid where we can put the servers on it, solving all the problems related to the building infrastructures and to the energy delivery in order to be able to cool the servers to produce data and to store those data. So basically, on the top of that, and I'm pretty sure when you look at your house, the way you power your house, the way you eat and you cool your house, it's through a liquid-to-liquid exchange. That's the same principle. This is the only way we can arrive to sustainable data. No use of natural resources. We keep air and water for us and for the biodiversity, and the liquid to the electronics. Of course, it's a special liquid, 100% biodegradable. That's what we invented it. And why not building that technology all around the world? Circular economy. Why not making that technology being built in China, in Africa, in Europe, in the US, in South America, all around? So then we create jobs, we created value, and in some way we created values. Because I don't know anybody on the migration plane who want to take his kids with a plastic bag, cross a desert in order to bring his kids to offer a better world in Europe. I don't know anybody today, especially when I'm looking about what's happening on certain events in a part of the world, when I'm looking about, well, no more food, no more water, no more energy on a climate like Dubai. Well, I'm living in Dubai. I cannot imagine right now at 40 degrees being outside, let's say 2 hours, with no drinking, with no nothing. We are witness to this, those days. That's a question to all of us have to answer. It's not about laws. It's about conscientiousness. All of us have to think on their own, not based on communication, but based on what is happening. Can we live like this? Can we accept that? So what we did through this was building a model where we can replicate, build R&D, production land, and having our system to be the same all around the world. When we talk about impact investment, I saw many investors, so many. Just have a question to ask them, like for the security. It's a very simple question. Which question do you want to ask to an investor? Because what you have the most precious is your business plan. For me, one thing only. What do you want for your money? What's the return on investment you're looking for? What kind of investor are you looking? Are you looking to take control of the company? Are you looking to give me the money for the real impact? Or are you really looking to sustain me all the way in order to be able to have the, so to speak, the company growing up and facing all the challenges? And in that case, if he's checking all those boxes, I will give my business plan. Otherwise, I will give nothing. Now, of course, all depends what kind of company you have. Do you have a company which is for sale, because you're just looking to make an X, which is completely fine too? Or you're looking to have a company which is solving a problem that you want to see growing because you said that you're doing good and is having a true mission, a true purpose, which is the sense of my company. Mine, just to let you know, has been 10 years on R&D in order to make what happening. I had 5 years the company has been created. I have 150 investors, all friends and family, not a single traditional investors. I refuse all of them. I'm starting to find some of them for good. And finally, we came out. Going on the verge of bankruptcy? Well, story of my life. Let's be clear. I hear so many people the past 5 years talking about impact investment, green investment, all of them. I can tell you none of them went talking to me. We are no air pollution, no water consumption, 80% energy reduction, 100% biodegradable, 100% reusable. There is no obsolescence on our product. Our products are made for running, okay, for decades. How can we not have any impact investors coming in? But we have people who are willing to make money in the company because they say, well, we believe on what you do, and this is kind of being a mecene for that. And that is nice. Those are the true people. So the question is, when you hear about all these green things, the only thing I hear today, if I'm looking at the fact, I love that room, but I'm looking outdoor. What is the carbon emission and the CO2 emission on the war that we are having in this world? What is the military-industrial money that we are putting into it? How much this can save the poverty in this world, knowing that 2 billion are enough to close on that? I see water pollution, what is done in order to solve the problem of the water pollution, and what is done, okay, in order for people to come together. I see one country answering this, and some of those now going down. It's called tolerance. How many of them are based on tolerance? Very few. Then after that, there is the human greed. But impact investment, it depends what you want to do for your company. It depends what kind of money you're willing to take. It depends what kind of future do you want for you. Are you thinking about you? Or do you have a true purpose or running? I started with Martin Luther King. I will end up with another one. I had a dream. My dream is that energy is going to be mutualized, like air and water. No one can be in control of it. Well, the day I can create the World Bank of Energy, like there is a World Bank of business of everything, I will give all my shares, I'm the majority shareholders of my company, over 77% of it, to the World Bank of Energy, because my company should belong to humanity, should belong to nobody else. That's my wish. I have to be careful. It's a long path. I may reach, not make it. Maybe in 3 months from now, I'm going to be bankrupt. Maybe I'm going to be exploding. Who knows? But that is the answer that every single founder, every single people creating a company with a purpose, with a mission, need to understand the kind of the money we can take. The rest, for what I'm listening all over the world, for me, is greenwashing. Don't tell me about running on electric cars when I see a war. Don't tell me about water when we're able to do what we are doing, not only in certain places, but all around the world since the beginning of time. I don't see nations coming together. I see nations managed by personal interest. And sometimes it's truly personal interest of those people. So what can we do? Do we have to judge them? I don't think so. What we have to do is to create, I would say, the synergy between all the technologies together in order to make it happen for the sake of good. Let's create jobs. Let's preserve the natural resources that we have. Let's be sure we can adapt. At the end of the day, let's have our children having a future. It's your call to all of you and all of us. Thank you for your audition.
Perfect. Can you listen to me? Yeah. Welcome to everyone. Thank you to be here today. My name is Joan de Ramon Brunet. I'm head of growth at Etihub, and today we're going to talk about impact on Web3. I will start asking to the speakers to do a brief introduction about who you are and what kind of interest you have for Refi and impact. Please, who wants to start?
Ladies first.
Ladies first, for sure.
Age before beauty. Yes, please. I'm Jean-Pierre Lavelle, and I am the CEO of AgriLedger. And it's a platform that we have built looking at working with smallholder farmers to empower them by getting access to market and financial services. And you wanted to know what I want to do Refi?
Yeah, why not?
I don't think that we're not going to agree on the Refi thing. I do believe that there is financial needs and to be able to do impact, but I'm not sure what is being put out there yet is really fit in terms of looking at de-risking that needs to be there. So with the technology and trust, we can bring in the mechanism to bring the right level of financing, but I'm not sure that staking, or what we're calling Refi, is really looking on all-around impact. It's looking at a higher impact, but not being able to demonstrate the impact at the bottom.
Yeah.
Thanks so much.
No, so many things to discuss. Let's deep dive. I'm Ksenia Stark. I'm a co-founder and a chaos architect of Confusion and Joy. It's an impact creator house where we empower creators and brands with sustainable marketing strategies that drive impact. Obviously, I already mentioned a lot impact right now, so it's really dear to me. I think that we live in an era when business for business doesn't work anymore. It's not everything is transactional. We need to think of the next generations. We need to think of the future of our society. We still have time. Some environmentalists that say that we have only 10, 15 years until we crash. That's not true. We have time, but we need to think, and definitely, the way Web3 is moving forward, when we talk about the Refi as well, it's just some moving parts that, we're trying to figure out what is the way forward, because obviously we see the loopholes in the system, we see the intransparency from, non-profit organizations or just the way impact is being treated. But impact is all around us and everyone needs to participate, and I think that's what we want to bring up today as well during the panel.
Hello, yes, hello. My name is Vladimir Baulin, and I work in University Rovira Virgili in Tarragona, and my position is a distinguished researcher. I come to this concept that we need to change the way impact is measured, especially in science. Because in science now everyone agrees that there is a big problem of overpublishing, how the grants are distributed, and there is an uneven distribution. There's big grants for big groups, and there is a pyramid of hierarchy of centralized decision, how the decisions are taken. And through this, there is a pyramid with a big professor on top, and which is rely on a huge number of students and invisible people with unstable contracts, which produce work, but they are completely not visible. And all the benefits go to very particular people related with infrastructure. And that's why these research funds, which are now distributed to big groups and big funds to big groups, now even they are not related to real impact of their research. And I am in favor of decentralized science concept, and there is a big movement already happening when you are based not on proposals, writing proposals and getting grants, but on a retrospective funding. Then first you demonstrate the real impact, and we can discuss how to define it. And in fact, in science, it is much more clear because you have citations, you have also reproducibility of the data, databases, so it's much easier to define. And then if you demonstrate the funding should come and fund already demonstrated impact. Then we will solve a lot of problems which exist now. Yes.
Thank you so much.
Hi, I'm Gabor Pozsonyi. I am the
CFO and COO of a group of companies around a Hungarian core Ethereum core developer who's now developing Swarm. I'm not Swarm as a basic Web3 infrastructure. I'm not at all a blockchain expert. I'm the guy who's supposed to help these companies spinning off these development, these impact-oriented companies grow, basically. And one of those companies is Essence Food, which is basically a company that upcycles food loss through various technologies, and we use blockchain technology to actually fix the all sorts of data along the food value chain to show its impact, its not only environmental impact but health impact as well. My background, by the way, is in banking, in traditional banking and management consulting. I was with KPMG for long years as a partner in helping and advising major banks and financial institutions. I would say I'm a double disillusioned commercial banker. My first loss of illusion was with the traditional commercial banking business model when I changed my career and went to work in the area of what we call impact banking. It's not impact finance. It's even less developed than impact finance. It's impact banking, and I worked for various banks in a global institution that is called Global Alliance of Banking on Values. The major representative of this group of banks you might have heard about is Triodos of the Netherlands, but there are like 70 others globally. And I spent my past 2 years in Latin America building a crowdlending platform, an impact crowdlending platform called Banca Ética Latinoamericana in Santiago de Chile. And then I was asked by this Hungarian guy to come back to Europe. I live now in Barcelona and help develop these companies along various use cases. So that is what I can add value with.
It's quite amazing to have like different kind of backgrounds and at the same time different kinds of point of view. So my question now is, from your perspective, how Web3 tools are enabling the creation of new sustainable business model?
I would say the ideology, because right now we're not there. The concept of Web3 and bringing all these pieces together will help in being able to achieve better interaction. If we go back to how things used to be, you would go to the supermarket, maybe the shop next door to you, who had a direct relationship with the farmer. So that was a very integrated. We went to this world where everything is done from afar. So therefore, something like Web3 brings in back that connectivity and that trust. Unfortunately, I think that where we tie in the technology too much rather than looking at the human interaction and the needs. So we keep talking about impact, we talk about ESG, and I think that we have forgotten what are the letters of ESGs mean. One is environmental, the other one is social, and the other one is governance. We're forgetting to bring the social and the governance, and we're just bundling it up together to this new sort of black gold, green gold, and chasing that, and then saying, oh, this is where we're using Web3. Trust is based on history. Trust is based on knowledge. We have now with Web3, with all those tools, the ability to create that, to decentralize it, so which means no one person is controlling it, except the person who's in the middle of it, which has their information. So Until we take that aspect and we go back to the drawing board instead of chasing the dollars, then we're going to be able to have real impact.
I mean, I love it, and I think that we're so aligned on the way that we say Web3 is not about tech. It's about community. It's about direct communication, collaboration, co-creation, and that's where the business models are, because people want more transparency. They want to be a part of impact. And you know, when we think of an impact, we need to build together, you know? You cannot just do fragmented actions around the world. That's why, you know, universal basic income is becoming more and more known, you know, and what is the universal education that we can bring, you know, to the humanity. And obviously, Web3 is opening these doors. But again, we should stop talking about tech. We should start thinking of ourselves and how we can become participants of this change. And obviously, you know, the business model of sharing and giving back, it's beyond technology. It's about us as humans who, you know, restricted ourselves within the social labels, biases, stereotypes, divided the whole society. It's hard to think of, you know, how we can bring this back. But obviously, then we had a panel with my co-founder and life partner Stuart Rogers talking about AI in Web3, and this was also brought, you know, like what is the potential of data sovereignty and AI of even, for example, decision making. You know, if we are communities around the world and we can't agree, let AI give us some output, right?
For me, Web3 technologies related to science may replace the traditional publishing system where the impact is evaluated on the basis of the reputation of the journal, which is completely obsolete and misleading now, especially now when we can have a lot of options how to publish things. And this open access publications through a limited number of editorials, and now it's a bottleneck, and it's a source of many problems like overpublishing and predatory journals, which feed on those grants for and money for open access. So it is possible to go without this and publishing with Web3, with the certification, and also to have a distribution of impact of the future, impact of the publication among authors. And then it should be done and in the way that first you demonstrate the impact, you can publish for free and register on the blockchain what you think would be necessary or would be a good piece of work which will have an impact. And then maybe in 10 years, maybe the next day, it will be evaluated. And then the funder agency should fund this piece of work rather than grants or researchers or evaluate who is the best scientist. It would be much easier to evaluate what is the best research, and then you know automatically who contributed. Maybe there's people already left, but they still contributed, and then to fund the research and the real impact of the real things which are demonstrated and verified by other groups, rather than to evaluate researchers and distribute positions by their type of the positions and who is on the top of the hierarchy. I think this would help to overcome many problems.
Do you see it more as a global system,
yes,
right? Okay.
It can be global, and it may be not necessary that everyone adopt it at the same time, because you can go with also with small changes, and there's maybe groups which can demonstrate the impact on a smaller group, and however they need that funding agency also contribute to and fund retrospectively the impact. And then even with small group, they can survive and be more productive and generate more impact than traditional publishing system and traditional distribution of funds.
Amazing. Gabor, you are into traditional banking. You say that you have like not too much experience with blockchain, but what's your perspective on that?
If you are an impact banker or ethical banker or values-based banker or sustainability or ESG banker, there's a plethora of terminology. The most hateful for me is ethical banking, because that would state that you are doing ethical banking and all the other bankers of the world would do unethical things, which is actually not true. But if you are a banker and you have an intention to finance regenerative business models, you face at least 3 fundamental issues. One is measurement. So how the hell you know that that particular project is representing a regenerative business model? What are the impacts of that business model? Negative, positive. What is the net impact? How can you measure that? How can you prioritize allocating loans to this instead of that project, and so on and so forth? How can you measure ESG if you give a particular project a huge positive impact mark to environmental impact, but a super negative on social or governmental impact? And so this problem of how do you know that you are financing a particular project, you are making an impact, and how much you make? Then, because of the complexity of measurement, it's also a value judgment. So the second problem is who's making the decision? Is it the credit committee? Is it the community of your customers, or hence the crowdfunding and crowd lending intentions of my Latin American experience? Because then your community, your depositors are making the decisions about. So who's making the value judgment? And the sort of the third issue is that with all your good intentions and honesty, nobody trusts you, basically. Everybody questions whether your motivation of financing a regenerative business model is really motivated by impact intentions and whatever. And as I said, I'm not a blockchain expert, but I do have an intuition that as far as the second and the third problem is concerned, blockchain can offer a solution.
So I think, come as an ex-banker, I think at the end of the day, everything, like we talk about impact. At the end of the day, we still have to get to the Maslow idea of what are people needing. They need to have food, they need to have water, and they need to have housing. And how do you de-risk them living? Today, we live in a world which is becoming much, this whole idea of climate impact is becoming very real. Not from this green blah, 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 but the fact that the weather is changing. Places that didn't used to have huge storm are now getting plummeted. The secondary thing is that financial institutions have always had a challenge, which is capital allocation. How do I put my capital? How do I understand my risk? And this is where blockchain technology comes in that it is going to provide data that allows you to make those decisions. And the beauty of regenerative AI is not that it's just finally has become something that everybody wants to do, ChatGPT. 25 years ago, I was looking at data. How do I make decision on funding? Do I need to go to the bank and ask for a loan over the weekend? Or my customers, what's their habit? Will they pay? And can I start looking, are they falling out of the habits? Which is really machine learning and AI at its best. So now if we can have data that we can actually trust, and this is why I challenge some of the blockchain solutions which are being built. If you're putting it to where all you're doing is a hash and your data is sitting somewhere else, it's like having it in a file cabinet that may be in storage, because when I worked at GE, we had that problem. We needed a contract. It was in a file cabinet, which was in a warehouse and wasn't where it was expected. This is what you solve with blockchain. You now know where the data is, and you can get your hand on it. And we need to be clear about how are we doing the integration, where is that data sitting, and who's got the flip to the switch.
Finally, when we talk about blockchain, we talk about trustability, disintermediation, which is quite important as well. What else I was about to say? Trustability, disintermediation.
Immutability, you know, and like immutability, you know,
Immutability,
of
for
the
sure.
information.
And here we are facing a lot of new challenges. I think blockchain is also about democratization. Normally when we talk about impact, we talk about impact investment funds or governmental institutions. But right now we are allowing everyone to invest in new kind of financial products like crowdlending or crowdlending platforms. What are other kind of challenges we are facing when we talk about impact and blockchain? And here maybe we can talk about measurement. What kind of metrics we want to get?
I'm not sure I'm answering exactly your question, but I have this feeling we are talking about blockchain and impact and how deeply we feel that we need to do something with the world around us, right? And I have a feeling that technology in itself is not without technological innovation in itself will solve nothing. It will serve the same way of thinking, the same way of thinking of, we can put a name on it, neoliberal capitalism, but without social innovation, without redesigning how we do things, it will not solve anything. And decentralized finance, I mean, just tell me a little story about my Chilean experience, which is kind of a paradoxical thing. A bunch of people trying to make an impact in putting together a crowdlending platform in Chile, which was back then was a totally, when it comes to fintech, is a totally free and unregulated market. And we were successful and everything, and at one point, some people in the board started to talk about that we should apply for a banking license. So it was like kind of super paradoxical, like, okay, we are here and want to screw the system, pardon my French, but we want to screw the system, but yeah, but people would trust us more if we have a banking license. And we would go to the regulator for a banking license. How revolutionary is that? I mean, zero. So I think how Web3 can make an impact, I don't know, but I guess the technology is there. But we are facing a huge we are facing a concrete wall of regulation, of political interest and everything. One more remark. I'm trying to learn Web3, okay, and crypto economics. And there's a free online course, MIT course on crypto economics you can watch it on YouTube. It's led by a guy called Gary Gensler, okay, who, after the course, I don't know the exact chronology, but kind of the year after he taught that course in MIT, became the chairman of the SEC, coming directly against decentralized finance. Okay? So we somehow need to innovate socially and make a revolution, really,
I think,
with decentralized finance.
100%. Let's maybe move away a little bit from blockchain. And Web3 is not only blockchain, it's also AI, immersive text, spatial computing, 5G network. We need to really think of Web3 a little bit bigger as a semantic web. And a bit continuing, your social aspect that you're bringing. So first of all, I think that more transparency has to come also from corporate side, because a lot of corporates are also doing impact already. And we see these brands, talking about sustainable goals, diversity and inclusion. And it's always a challenge to understand what exactly they're doing and are they actually making this impact. And the movement of, conscious consumerism, we are really pushing it a lot within our Impact Creator House, that know who you support. People can change a lot. It's not only about these funds and organizations and how we structure things. Every one of us can make a change already and start supporting the brands and buy products and services from the companies that are actually doing this. And the example I want to bring is actually one of our partners, We Care Impact, and the founder, Nesma, is sitting here. They did an amazing campaign, which is called Act for Earth. And brands could list their actions for the planet, and the consumers could join, actually support the actions. It's either donations, share the posts, the actions can be different, and it can be applied to different kinds of impact campaigns. And that's when people can take part, earn tokens, get loyalty with the brands. So making this transparency already, it's a step forward. And another use case I always like to bring is don't forget about us as a humanity. Moving away from social labels, stereotypes, and immersive technologies and the Metaverse that has this potential of, let's say, connecting us, regardless where we come from, through the avatars, and actually experiencing diversity and inclusion. And I was curating and running Global Digital Pride campaign, which was the first Pride celebration in the Metaverse, bringing people, art, culture, music together. So really think of Web3 a little bit beyond technology, beyond blockchain as well, and pinpoint the use cases that already work and try to apply them to other impact causes.
Mine, I'm wearing the shirt, which is the Haitian Revolution. We were the first place to be found by Christopher Columbus when he went. I think he came from there, and we were the first Black nation to break the chain. So we need to break this chain and really go back and ask people. So one of the challenges I have about technology is we say, here's the technology. No, let's ask people what they need. Let's redesign based on their need. Do not assume they have it wrong. Assume that they didn't have the tool, and let's put the tools in.
We are running out of time. I would like to wrap up with some positive vibe. So, how do you imagine the future? Only one sentence.
Humanity together.
I say the future is female.
Yes.
Yes. I mean, okay, no, obviously, supporting more diversity and inclusion and underrepresented groups, I think we just need to really pay more attention to that and see beauty in every person that you meet. Being grateful every day for your moments, for what life brings us, and because, we have so much stress and challenges and social constructs, but, being more positive and being more conscious, understanding your purpose, your driver, I think it will help a lot of, problem solving and also bringing this impact that we try to reach.
Vladimir, how do you imagine the future?
For me, it's reproducible data. So this will be necessary to demonstrate the impact that you put on the blockchain.
And Gabor?
Screw the central power and screw the system and screw the middleman, be it them banks or central political powers.
Amazing. Thank you so much to be here today, and please a big applause for our speakers.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for moderating. You're awesome.
Hello, hello. Good afternoon, Barcelona. Everyone still awake? Still focused? My name is Brad Yassar, and for those of you who haven't met me yet, I am the CEO of Equifi, a neobank that is focused on supporting blockchain, crypto, AI, all the emerging technology ecosystems. I'm going to take it a little higher level, 30,000 feet, with my speech because we heard a lot about blockchain, Web3, NFTs, AI, and I think it's more interesting to look at everything together. So we are at a crossroads right now. We're at the crossroads of a lot of emerging technologies coming together to shape our future, and we need to figure out what future we want to live in. Because I believe it's the future we create that we're going to live in, not the one that we hope to have or leave in the hands of other people. It starts with us. There is a revolution going on right now, and this critical juncture is seeing AI emerge into an already nascent blockchain ecosystem where now we can have peer-to-peer transactions, but also do much more with the technologies. There is going to be consequences of this that are going to change our lives from ground up. And it starts with leadership. We're all leaders ourselves. We can lead into the future we want to see. It takes with our initiative. Blockchain, Web3, AI, these are not just revolutionary tools that we have, but they are changing all aspects of our lives. The way we transact, the way we govern, the way we even think and interact with each other. 10 years ago, if you wanted to send any amount of money to someone outside of your country, you had to go. You had to go to an office. You had to use 2 or 3 intermediaries, either it be a Western Union or a bank. And you couldn't just say, I'm going to send you money. Today, that's a reality that most of us in this, at this event and in this hall accept. You can send money overseas. And that is not only a transactional change, a technology change, but also a mindset change. Now, to most of us here, it feels natural to invest in another person's business with crypto. We support projects, we buy NFTs, we buy tokens. Again, 10 years ago, if someone from a country you've never been to messaged you over email and sent you an idea and said, do you want to invest in this? You would have thought it's a scam. You wouldn't even interact with that person, let alone send them the hard-earned money you have. But today, for the causes you believe in, you don't care where the entrepreneurs are coming from. Again, it's a change in mindset. It's a change in the way we think. The same way, you know, most of us grew up hearing from our parents, don't get into a car with a stranger. And since Uber came, we welcome strangers driving us around in places that we've never been because they know the local traffic, they know the roads, and we're comfortable with it. Again, that was a technological jump, and it took a decade for internet and apps and social acceptance of that to come to a place where Uber was a successful business. We're at the cusp of that with a lot of these technologies, and they are already transforming the world. The difference between the internet revolution and what we're experiencing now is the speed at which it's happening. It's happening very fast. So one of the themes that we heard a lot yesterday and today is democratization. By allowing us to own our data, own our identities, own our content, and drive value out of it. All these technologies are democratizing the way we live, whether it's democratization and access to banking and financial products, DeFi products, peer-to-peer lending products, or whether it's democratization of access to information. In the past couple of years, we've seen centralized social media platforms lose some control over the markets, and decentralized ones, albeit rather difficult to use today, start taking their places because of censorship. Again, this democratization has the power to redefine governance, work, and human interaction at a daily level. I don't believe technology has to isolate us. I don't believe AR, VR, blockchain, ability to video conference is destined to change human interaction and make it disconnected. I believe we can use these tools to get better connected in ways that we didn't even think possible. And there are currently examples of blockchain and examples of AI doing this. So blockchain, we talked about democratization of finance with DeFi. And I can give you guys several examples, but one of it is the bank that we started. We started as a traditional bank, got a full license, fully compliant, and we had to do that because there's no legal framework and infrastructure right now to have a DeFi bank, a DAO bank. But as these notions of decentralized finance and decentralized autonomous organizations grow and more widely accepted, and I'm going to say the bad word, regulated in ways that allow us to build these businesses in this new model in a more global, more accessible way, that is the journey that we're taking ourselves with my business. But I invite you to take the same journey. You don't have to start at a point where you break everything and start from scratch. You can look at what's there, what foundation you need to use, and take that foundation and make it better in your small way. Whatever startup, whatever idea you have, look at, do I need regulation? Do I need governance? And if you do, don't run away from it. Don't say, I don't want to be regulated because that's wrong or that's oppressive. Look at what the regulation looks like and try to make it better. Talk to your regulators if you're in a regulated industry. If you're not, talk to your commerce departments, your local governments. Try to see where there is room for improvement. Because one of the themes I picked up listening to the panels and talks today is bringing value, finding something that's going to make lives better for others when you're thinking about launching something using these technologies. And that's a really solid starting point, regardless of what you're doing. Once you get excited about an idea, it's very, very important to see, are other people excited about it? And do they see it the same way you see your idea? Because you may be excited and think it's amazing, but if there is no customers for the same idea, there may be an opportunity for you to improve it. Again, synergies are very important. I heard many speeches specifically about one technology or another, one industry or another. We saw an incredible presentation about immersive cooling and impact investing. Think about synergies. Don't label yourself as an AI business. Oh, I'm doing AI. I'm an AI project. Or I'm a blockchain project, and I only focus on blockchain and decentralization and narrow your focus that way. Think about, if I do my NFT project, how is that going to interact with AI? Is it going to be affected by robotics? Is it going to affect anything we're trying to do in the space right now? It doesn't have to, but that expansive thinking will allow you to create more opportunities for your projects and ideas and businesses, and create synergies where these all have potential to expand human capabilities. When OpenAI ChatGPT blew up at the beginning of this year, everyone, the first thing they said is AI is going to take over the world, and this is horrible, we need to stop it. Like, fear was the first response. And it's natural. As human beings, the unknown is scary. It doesn't generate warmth and comfort in our lives because we don't know what it is. But this is the opportunity to define what AI is. This is when we say, okay, do we not want a Terminator kind of future? Then let's work on AI. Let's not put all our hopes and dreams and future in the hands of the select few that are working on it right now, today, but let's do something ourselves. Let's try to contribute to the future we want to build. From automating laborious tasks, minutia, administrative work, to extending human life, AI is a great tool to use. It can also be a horrible tool if we start building weaponry, autonomous weaponry with AI built in, and using it for whatever purpose. That's the wrong direction. The right direction is looking at how fast AI can analyze X-rays, analyze human health data, and come to the right conclusions whether there's an issue to be resolved or not. I mentioned convergence, and I see Web3 is the catalyst, is the layer where blockchain, cryptocurrencies, AI, quantum computing, all these emerging technologies, nanotech, come together. Because with Web3, we're taking the value from the intermediaries, and we're saying we want to benefit from that. Yes, the platform you created is valuable, and yes, you should see some value proposition as a result of that, make some money with it. But you don't own my ideas. You don't own my identity. You don't own my likeness, my thoughts, my inventions. And that's really important to understand, that this is human progress. The people who are going to have say in what kind of a future we live in is people in this room, by building what you want to see in the future. It doesn't have to be the government officials, regardless of what country you live in. It doesn't have to be the regulators. Again, I'm all for a regulatory framework that helps us build the things we want to build. But by no means I want to put my destiny in other people's hands and say, okay, decide for me. I don't understand AI, so you make the decision. That's not the right approach. The right approach is, just like a couple panels ago, someone said, you have to learn the technology to make a difference. You don't have to learn programming. You don't have to learn how the hardware works. But you have to understand it enough to say, this is the technology that I want to work on. This is what I'm passionate about. You need to find that. And these are tools. Everything we discussed, all the technologies, they're not determinants. Just because blockchain is capable of doing just this today, or DAOs are limited to this framework, that doesn't mean that's going to be where they are 2, 3, 4 years from now. It also doesn't mean that all their best and highest use cases and purposes have been found and have been delivered to us for consumption. So again, I invite you to participate in this process where if you see a tool you like, but it's not working a certain way, or you see issues with it, interact with the founders, interact with the business, interact with people who are building it. Because you may be surprised, you may think, you know what, I'm in Spain, I work a full-time job, I don't have time for this. But one email to a company in UAE or in Canada or in United States may allow them and change their course because your idea is superior to what's already there. Just think about it, the impact you can have as a person. And that's our challenge. We are building this future together. And if you're not a participant, unfortunately, you're just on the sidelines watching. It's not what's happening, it's how much you contribute to it and how effectively you're building towards that future, both on a personal level, then on a social level, but this is a global community. I mean, I flew here from United States, and, you know, there are no boundaries when it comes to technology and how our future is is being shaped. It doesn't stay in your local town. It becomes a global phenomena. Look at TikTok. It came out of China, and now it's everywhere in the world, and it's the most downloaded app of last year. Just think about it. It wasn't built here. It wasn't built in Silicon Valley. It just, like wildfire, spread across the world. Your idea, your business can do the same thing. If you find the right moment and the right value proposition to give to others, they will adopt it. I want to end on an optimistic note because I believe with these tools, with AI, with blockchain, and everything else available to us, we can build a future that aligns with our aspirations and values and goals. Just think about mission, vision, and values and start there. If you want to change the future, start with yourself, your community, and the world. Thank you. Thank you very much.
I love your socks.
Thank you.
Can I have, oh, okay, no. Thank you, everybody. This is the end of the Congress part of the DEXTools Festival. We still have more to do because here in half an hour is going to be Julie DJ playing on that stage and the ping pong and football tournaments happening right here just in half an hour. So we're going to just clean out the chairs so you can really, go wild. While downstairs you still have a party going on, and of course the main stage will be open since 7 or 8, I don't remember honestly, but that time. And we are partying until 2 a.m. in the morning, again, with amazing DJs. So guys, enjoy. Thank you so much.